Good evening, and welcome to the council meeting of October 30th, 2023. This meeting is being live streamed on the Town of Kentville YouTube channel. The most up-to-date meeting package is on the Town of Kentville website. This meeting is called to order. Have all of the councillors received and reviewed their meeting package? Does any member of council have information pertaining to a matter before this council which has not been publicly circulated? I will remind members of council that we are in decision-making mode and we should be mindful of our decision-making wheel. We have committed to making balanced and respectful decisions and adhering to our code of conduct. This council, through policy and by motion, has adopted Robert's rules as our rules of order, our parliamentary procedure. We will be voting by electronic means for all votes except administrative. Are there any conflict of interest issues we should be aware of before the meeting commences? All right, we'll move on to our agenda. So we have been provided with a proposed agenda. Are there any further additions or deletions to the agenda? CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're going to delete item 6B, tax relief VCLA. This matter requires a staff report. We just want to bring it back to council with a bit more information. And this does not adversely affect the VCLA.
All right, thank you. So that change moves the other two items to B and C. Councillor Girard.
Can we add council discussion on the pallet housing or proposed pallet housing?
Okay, so Councillor, you are aware that this matter is a provincial initiative and staff only has the details that were provided to council on October 11 and that are currently on our website, and there is no decision to be made here tonight.
I absolutely agree. Yep.
All right, I will put this to council. Council, all those in favor of adding the pallet housing to our agenda as item of new business, item 6D.
Question. I have a question.
Can we have the motion first?
Motion?
Yep.
I guess.
Okay. So Councillor Girard moves that. And do you have a seconder? Second. Councillor Zabian for the second, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded that we add pallet housing to new business under item 6D. Councillor Maxwell, you had a question? Let me put your mic on. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm just wondering what the purpose of the discussion would be. Like, where do you think that this discussion is going? We have been given only sketchy information from the province. We can't make decisions on sketchy information, and I don't like to, be speculating on things if I don't have the actual information in front of me. So I'm kind of wondering, before I vote on this, what the actual purpose would be, because I think it's better for the public if they have all the information first before any concerns and so on are expressed, and I really think that those concerns should be expressed to the provincial government. So I'd just like the councillor to please explain what the purpose is before I vote.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for your position on that, Councillor Maxwell. You will recall that I did query the councillor with regards to the fact that this is a provincial initiative, that we have the information that we have, and that there would be no discussion or no decision here this evening. And he was fine with that. So it is to open a discussion, and in conversation with the CAO, there may be details that can be shared as we go forward.
Okay, so these are new details.
No, there's no new details, just an expansion of the details that we already have. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councillor Huntley.
Yes, I'd like to add to number 9 in camera, committee update, please.
Okay, thank you. So that will be 9B, committee update. And this is from an external committee?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you give us the committee's name, please?
Yes, Annapolis Valley Physician Recruitment.
Thank you. No, we don't need a vote on that one because it's committee information. Councillor Zabian.
Thank you. It's a little unorthodox, but I'm wondering if we have a citizen in the audience tonight who would like to present, and I'm wondering if it was the will of council, if we could take a few minutes and allow this to happen.
What is the
I
matter?
think it's just about the project itself, the pallet project, and I know myself, I'd like to hear from this person. I don't know, I'd like to maybe gauge the rest of council, if we could just take, 10 minutes just to.
Presentations are made at CAC, Councillor, and that has been our practice, and we will continue with
I know that,
practice.
I know that, Mayor Snow, sometimes we bend rules in here and people can speak for 20 minutes instead of 10, and I just thought we could take an opportunity tonight, just where, this is pretty fast coming from the province. I mean, you had said, or we had heard 6 to 7 weeks, and I thought, no decision's gonna come from it, but I think we do our citizens a lot of justice if we could just hear them and listen to them. That's why we're here. We're not making any decisions, but what is 10 minutes gonna do to us? If anybody in here, could indulge me and just support that. We're just listening to somebody. We don't have to answer them. We're just listening to them.
Thank you, Councillor Zabian. As we've said, we have the information that we have, and we've put this on the agenda despite better thoughts on it, and we are providing for an update. There is nobody out there who has more information than what is sitting around this room right now. CAC is the appropriate time for citizens to make presentations to council. Otherwise, they have 3 minutes during the public part of the proceedings.
No, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I just think where time is kind of essence right now. I just, that's just where I stand. I don't mind hearing from somebody. I don't know about the rest of you, but
Thank you.
if council would will it, I don't know if you want to ask them.
No, I am not. We do presentations at CAC meetings. That has been clear, and that has been our method of proceeding. Councillor York.
Sorry, thank you. Did we vote to put the pallet project on the agenda? Do we have to administratively do that?
Yes, we do.
And we have
Okay.
yet to do that?
Sorry.
No, I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we have a motion that has been moved and seconded for the adding of the pallet housing to new business as item 6D. Thank you. All those in favor? Those opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you.
As a follow-up,
Certainly.
apology. Now that the item is on the agenda, that opens it up for public comment at the end?
That's correct.
So does that satisfy perhaps the ability for, it wouldn't be 10 minutes, but it would be 3 minutes? There's certainly a lot of people in the room, so I suspect people have something to say. Perhaps some of those conversations could happen in public comments.
Thank you. Councillor Zabian?
Thank you. Yeah, I think that would be fine. I just hope maybe there's a little flexibility with the 3 minutes. I know we often let people go longer than 3 minutes, depending on the topic, and I just hope there'd be some flexibility there. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship, and I was just going to say, similar to what Councillor York said, that we do have public comments at the end, and since it's on the agenda now, it is germane to the agenda, so folks could speak to it then. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Councillor. Don't know what happened. I'd call it a brain fart, but I don't think we're supposed to say that, right? All right. So we now have an agenda. If we could move for adoption of the agenda as amended, please. Councillor York, thank you. Councillor Huntley, thank you. All those in favor? All those in favor of the agenda? Those opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. All right, you have been provided with the minutes of the September 25th, 2023 council meeting, and they were distributed for your review. Are there any changes to these minutes? And if there are not, they will be approved as distributed. All right, no changes. You also have the council meeting minutes of the October 10th, 2023 council meeting were also distributed. Are there any changes to these minutes? There are no changes. They are approved as distributed. Thank you. All right, our very first business arising is with regards to the rezoning application. Council, we had our public hearing at 5:30, and the results of the public hearing is a recommendation for second reading. So the motion is that council approves second reading of the proposal to rezone a portion of PID 55112999 shown as Lot 23 from large lot 2023-238P from large lot R5 zone to single unit dwelling R1 zone as outlined. Deputy Mayor, thank you. Councillor Gerard, thank you. It has been moved and seconded that council approve the second reading of the proposal to rezone a portion of PID 55112999 shown as lot 2023 from large lot 2023-238P large lot zone R5 zone to single unit dwelling R1 zone. Is there any discussion on this matter? Are you ready for the question? The question is that council approve second reading of the proposal to rezone a portion of PID 55112999 shown as lot 23 from large lot R5 zone to single unit dwelling R1 zone. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed, and the motion is carried. Thank you very much. And to our planner and our development officer, thank you very much. If you wish to stay, you're more than welcome. If you wish to depart, drive careful. All right, next on our business arising or old business is with regards to the audit committee. The Town of Kentville audit was conducted by the firm of Kent and Duffett Chartered Professional Accountants during the month of June and July of 2023. The audit committee made 3 recommendations to council at the July 31st, 2023 meeting of council. 2 of the recommendations were approved. The 3rd recommendation with regards to the appointment of citizen appointees was withdrawn pending a request for further information from a member of the committee. The outstanding recommendation was returned to council at September 25th, 2023 meeting, however, removed from the agenda at the request of the solicitor. However, a member of the committee spoke on the matter, and last week a second member of the audit committee requested an opportunity to address the council on the matter of the outstanding recommendation and ongoing discussion of the audit committee. The chair has consulted with the solicitor on the manner in which the details are coming to council, and since there remains an outstanding recommendation from the audit committee, the 2 members of the committee wishing to address council are being provided with that opportunity. So our first one is a report from audit committee member, Mr. Jim Noonan, who was a member of the 2022-2023 audit committee, has a matter to present to council with regards to the conduct of the audit committee.
Mr. Newman, if you'd like to raise the desk, there's a button by your right hand, a little up arrow.
This will be fine. Thanks for the flattery that I'm actually that tall. Madam Mayor and members of council, my report was prepared to address some questions and concerns raised by Councillor Zabian at the Town of Council meetings July 31st, 2023, and September 25th, 2023, in regards to the audit committee review process and the appointment of committee members. Now, you all have had the opportunity to read my full report. I would like to highlight a few points. 1, work of the audit committee. As an audit committee member, I take my responsibilities seriously. I am deeply concerned that Councillor Zabian agreed at the audit committee meeting to have the recommendations go to council as tabled and then, in a public forum, use that opportunity to discount the work of the committee of July 31st. Appointment of audit committee community members at the same council meeting of July 31st, 2023. The audit committee report included a recommendation to reappoint the community representatives, Ms. Susan McDougall and Mr. Jim Noonan. This recommendation was unanimously agreed to at the audit committee meeting, of which Councillor Zabian is a member. Again, despite being in agreement at the community meeting, Councillor Zabian chose a public forum to raise objections regarding appointment of the community committee members. Councillor Zabian inferred that there was collusion or favoritism in the selection process for community committee members. Now, Councillor Zabian raised this question again in the September 25th, 2023 council meeting. For the record, contrary to Councillor Zabian's comments, a vacancy on the audit committee was advertised. The result of the resignation of Peter Rainforth, memo May 20th, 2022, per the G57 Committee of Council Policy. There were no applications for this committee from the citizens of Kentville. Therefore, I was approached to become a community member of the audit committee. This is a commitment that I undertook after giving careful consideration of the time and skill set required to fulfill my responsibilities. As a former financial advisor, I take my fiduciary responsibilities very seriously. I take offense to the disrespect shown by Councillor Zabian regarding my appointment to the committee. I find it very troubling that at no time during an audit committee meetings has Councillor Zabian raised this as a concern. In point of fact, he has indicated several times that he believed my presence on the committee added value. I also take exception to the inference that my presence on this or any committee would be the result of stacking of friends. On committees, Councillor Zabian, that was quoted from you, approximately 25 minute on YouTube, September 25th, 2023 council meeting. It is untrue and frankly insulting. I am asking for an apology from Councillor Zabian to myself and to the audit committee. So Councillor Zabian, will I and members of the audit committee be receiving an apology today?
Thank you very much, Mr. Noonan. Although you do have the right to address council, you do not have the right to address individual members, so thank you.
Okay.
All right. Councillor Zabian will be speaking next, and he will have an opportunity to address what you've put out there.
May I make a final comment?
Certainly.
I voted for Councillor Zabian in the last election because I thought he would bring energy, a positive attitude,
I'm going to call a point.
and willingness to work
Okay.
with others in a respectful and professional manner. I feel so disappointed.
Thank you, Mr. Noonan. If you'd take your seat, please. Thank you. Councillor Zabian, you have the floor. You have a report.
Okay. So I don't know if you guys want me to read the entire briefing note, but I will read the basis of it, and this started in July. But I want to backtrack. We only really have one audit meeting. We don't meet regularly. We're supposed to meet twice a year, but we meet once. And at that meeting, I had several concerns about the transparency, which are all noted. And I also asked at the end of the meeting about the appointments, because audit committees, and I didn't know this, have to be appointed annually. So I left there with information that wasn't correct. But I am going to read you the briefing, and this came back in July to council, and at that time, I think Councillor York seconded my request and said, let's send it back and find out the correct dates of some of these appointments. So at the July 31st meeting, I voiced these concerns over the length of member appointments on the audit committee, and I expressed concerns that other citizens were not giving a chance to sit on this committee when members, some of them, or one of them has been there for 6 years or more. And in our policy, the term limit is 2 years. So that means someone's been there for 3 sets. So that's in policy G57, if anyone wants to look that up. At the September meeting, we came back with this information, and Mayor Snow had a recommendation prepared for council, which I can also provide for you, indicating that one of the members was keen and knowledgeable, and to maintain continuity, they should remain part of this committee. My question was, how is this fair? Because how do you know that there's not somebody else out there who has the same knowledge or would like to partake in this committee? And for the record, we like to have our members reside in Kentville, but they don't have to. So anybody can be on any committee. They don't have to be a resident of Kentville. So at that meeting, Solicitor Matart came up and told us that the appointments were 2 years. There was no discussion from council, and I guess it was just as status quo. Things were going to go as they were. At the October 9th meeting at CAC, I wanted to bring this forward again, and Mayor Snow told me that it would have to be brought to council. She had a part 1 to this, and I could be part 2. And I don't know if part 1 was Mr. Noonan's letter. I'm assuming that's what it was. So here's what Kentville's G70 policy says. The audit committee consists of 2 citizen representatives appointed by council for a 2-year term of service, which will be reviewed annually. Now, the MGA, which we have to follow, it supersedes any policy we have. According to the MGA, the council shall annually, it doesn't say the mayor, or it says the council shall annually appoint an audit committee. That means all of us have to appoint this committee. And that's what we should be following, whether it's a 2-year term or a 1-year term. My only note was that I know a lot of citizens who wanted to be part of this committee. They've messaged me or come and dropped in. So I don't know how that's fair to them. And when I look at what happened at the police commission last year,
Counselor,
excuse me.
you can't bring up the police commission. It's not germane to,
Well, no, it's just,
What-
sorry, when I look at other committees in Kentville.
Thank you.
That have been, citizens have been told that their tenure is up because they're over the 2-year time and they've been, you know.
Counselor, that is incorrect
So
information.
that didn't happen, Mayor Snow, to 2 people last year?
There is,
I'll leave that alone. I'll withdraw what I
Thank you.
said.
Thank you.
So that's fine. That's all I was bringing forward tonight, was that we're gonna follow policy, we're gonna follow the MGA. That's all I want out of here. Then all of a sudden, Mr. Noonan's letter shows up Thursday afternoon at, I think, 3:18, because this document that I prepared right now, I just read to you, wasn't on the agenda. So at 3:15 or 3:10, I said, where's this paper? I sent it off last week and I took time to write it. And all of a sudden, 10 or 15 minutes later, my document here that I just read you shows up on our little portal with Mr. Noonan's letter. Now, I could be wrong. I take that to mean if you're gonna bring this up, we're gonna bring this letter out. So what I,
Counselor, you cannot speak to the
that's what I
intentions
said,
of
that's
another
what I
member.
said, that's how I took it.
No,
I just
you're
said that.
talking about, you're questioning the motives of another member of
Okay.
this council.
What other member of this council? Anyway,
You're
I'm not gonna, you
questioning
know what, nobody
motives.
wants to waste time on this. So anyway, then I replied to Mr. Noonan Thursday, or Friday rather, at 10:21, and I'm gonna read my letter now because he got his chance to read his. I'm gonna read the letter that I sent to Mr. Noonan and all of council here. Hello, Mr. Noonan. I received your letter you hand-delivered to Town Hall and presumably to the mayor on October 25th. I'm sorry if you feel insulted, but this was definitely not the intent or message I was delivering to council. I will remind you that the audit committee makes recommendations to council. The audit committee does the work, reviewing the material, and recommendations are made and forwarded to council. At that point, council will either vote to accept what is presented or choose not to. Council, where I sit, has every right to ask for more information and make their own decision. They do not have to agree with the recommendation brought forward, and they can take their time to dig deeper if they choose. The audit committee is structured with the mayor, 2 councilors, and 2 citizens at large. In the spring of 2022, prior to your appointment, Mayor Snow met with the committee and suggested that she approach you to join the committee. I do not recall council appointing you, but I will dig into the MGA shortly. I also want to bring to your attention specifically to our audit meeting on July 27th, 2023. The way things were presented in the financial statements was very different this year than it had been in previous years. You will recall that I asked for more details around legal expenditures, and I felt that ultimately these statements should be detailed and easy to read. The auditor also mentioned that there was no reason not to include them. In previous years, details were listed with explanations that were easy to follow. After all, this is taxpayers' money, and transparency is essential in my opinion. I recall your comments stating that you didn't care about the legal costs of the town, and your only concern was more so around service delivery. Well, I do care about expenses, Mr. Noonan, and how money is spent. If we aren't careful with other expenses, then our service delivery will suffer and taxes will increase. That's really the only way out. That's important. As an elected official, I have a fiduciary duty to the citizens of this town. Just like you, my background has always been working with finances. Over the last few years, legal expenses have been way out of the norm, so much so that it has captured the attention of many citizens and has been an ongoing topic of controversy. Each year, we have increased the budget significantly, however, not enough. Legal in 2022-23 was 300% over budget, even though we doubled the budget. That's pretty significant. Given public attention to this expense item, not showing the details, especially given it's so high, would likely to be perceived by citizens that we are not being transparent, hence my reasons for wanting it there. As predicted, many citizens have voiced exactly that. I will also bring to your attention that I asked during this very meeting about citizen appointments, and I was not given the correct information. When the meeting was over, I did my own research, and I realized that we as a council are not following the Municipal Governance Act. I decided I would bring this information to the next council meeting. I have the Government Act paraphrased there, and I'm not going to read that again. My first comment will be surrounding the annual appointment of an audit committee. Council has never done this during my term.
Counselor, I'm going to call you to order on that statement as it is incorrect. This council and councils have been reappointing the audit committee members annually since 2017.
I don't recall ever voting on an appointment up here.
Well, then I will specifically say that council meeting minutes dated the 25th of July, 2022, there is a vote of council of which it was unanimously passed.
We must
There was
have
the
forgot
committee
this year.
report on the 11th of July, 2022 to go with that. The council meeting minutes dated the 12th of July, 2021, audit committee report dated the 7th of July, 2021, has the exact same 3 recommendations, including the reappointment of committee members, again unanimously voted on. Council meeting minutes dated 29th of June, 2020, audit committee report dated 29th of June, 2020.
Well, I wasn't here then. I wasn't here in 2020, so I'm going
You
to
have
just...
been here for the other, for all
Well,
of the
I'll
other,
look those
and
up,
they
Mayor
were
Snow. I
there.
appreciate that. I'll look those up later. I'm just going to finish my letter here. I also want to bring your attention to the evaluation of the internal control systems management letter, and this is in the MGA as well. We're supposed to see this letter. There's a letter that's prepared. The audit committee is supposed to have seen it. Never seen it. I've done 3 audits. Never saw it. Haven't even seen this year's yet. So I will bring your attention to this letter. We never received a copy. And my question is, how can you make decisions without seeing this letter? Perhaps there were key pieces in this document that the committee should be looking at. Notes from the auditor detailing what the committee should key in on in the future. And this letter was also not included with the financial statements that you recommended to council. So as a committee, that we sat there, as a committee, we didn't have this key piece of information. How can you make a decision without that? And you get these letters every year. Everybody gets an audit letter, and it might say, you know what? you should
Counselor,
keep-"
again, I'm going to caution you. There is not a management letter every year. There's only a management letter when there are issues.
But there was one this year,
Not,
right? You told me that you have it, and you're not going
that
to send
was,
it to me.
that,
You did tell me that at a meeting. It's on YouTube as well. You said you're not, and then I emailed you for it, and you said no.
thank you,
Okay.
Counselor.
Thanks, Mayor Snow. So that would be a big piece for me. The last thing is, there was no disrespect intended towards any member in the audit committee, nor did I say anything to you specifically or Ms. McDougall. I commend you and Ms. McDougall for taking the time to sit on this committee, as I know we all have busy lives. My point was regarding two other committees in town, I won't mention them, where, and I've got names here, where they were told their tenure was up, as well as I reflect on the late Ron Gerard, who I
Counselor,
considered a good friend.
Counselor, you cannot bring up items which are not germane to this discussion. This discussion is about the audit committee.
Well, they
It
are,
is-
Mayor Snow.
No, they are not.
Okay, I
You do
apologize,
not
Mayor,
know-
I
you do not
apologize.
know
I don't want
the
to upset you
details?
tonight. I'm going to apologize. I don't want to upset you. There were people in town who did have to, their tenures were up and they were told to leave. I'll just keep skimming over that paragraph. My
Counselor,
letter
that's
is in the
incorrect.
audience if anybody wants the
Counselor,
entire
that is
document.
incorrect information.
Motion for recess.
Thank you. Clear the audience, please.
I'm done.
meeting is called to order. Councillor Zabian?
Thank you, Mayor Snow. So I'm gonna wrap this up, because everybody in the audience has my letter, and I'll post it tomorrow on my social media so you can read it as well. There are several emails too, if anybody wants them, that shows you my concerns over the audit process and with information. I did email those, and there is a thread of them as well. Maybe I was the only one, but I do have, this wasn't just a thing that just popped out of my hat at a council meeting. There were concerns there. And there was no disrespect by any means to Ms. McDougall or Mr. Noonan. They're both great citizens. I know them both, stand-up people. It was really about the process and the policy that we're not following at the town of Kentville, and that's all that it was, and it shouldn't have been made into anything more. And I almost feel, just my opinion, I can't speak for anybody here, that, I don't in any way blame Mr. Noonan, that it was an attempt maybe to discredit me. I don't know, that's just how it felt.
Councillor,
but
you cannot speak to the intent of another member.
I didn't, I just said I'm not Mr. Noonan.
Doesn't matter. He's a committee
Regardless,
member.
anyway, I apologize, Mayor Snow. I don't want any hard feelings with you tonight. So I thank the audience for letting me get through that, and I thank council for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next item of business is the reappointment of audit committee. Sorry, Councillor Maxwell, you had something. Sorry about that.
Yes, I did, after sitting here and listening to this. I'm really surprised and discouraged that our administration would allow this type of exhibition to go on. I think that this should have been handled at the committee level, not in a public setting. I had an issue in one of my committees with a member of that committee, and I took my concerns to the committee. I didn't go to social media. I didn't bring it here to council to air out. I did it and settled it in committee. I don't understand for the life of me why would we would want to be airing dirty laundry at a council meeting. And I'm incredibly disappointed. Now, also the reason I'm disappointed is that I also spoke at that meeting that Mr. Noonan has referred to, and I expressed my concerns about length of terms for committees. And yet I'm not being brought out in this letter the way that Councillor Zabian is being addressed. I think it's perfectly acceptable to look at discrepancies in policy and not be chastised for it. And I also spoke on that. I've got no responses. I guess my word maybe wasn't important. So I'm disappointed with everybody involved, and those names have already been put out there, that this would even come to a public session, and I can't keep quiet about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zabian?
Thank you. I just want to add the last thing, and then we'll move on. I don't want to spend all night on this, that I emailed 4 or 5 times, Thursday and Friday. I asked the interim CEO why this was there, and I emailed council as well, and I did hear from Councillor Maxwell. I'm a little disappointed because I did go to other CEOs in the province that they're very esteemed, and they all said letter doesn't belong on an agenda. So a little disappointed as well. I'm going to echo that, but I have big shoulders and I keep carrying on. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zabian. All right, moving on to our next order of business, the reappointment of the Audit Committee citizen members. The Town of Kentville audit was conducted by the firm of Kent & Duffett Chartered Professional Accountants during the months of June and July of 2023. The Audit Committee made 3 recommendations to Council at the July 31st, 2023 meeting of Council. 2 of the recommendations were approved. The 3rd recommendation with regards to the appointment of citizen appointees was withdrawn pending further details. The question was on term limits set out in the policy and the recommendation of a member. The recommendation was returned to Council at the September 25th, 2023 meeting, however, removed from the agenda at the request of the solicitor. Once again, the committee maintains its recommendation to council for approval of citizen appointees. And the audit committee recommendation is as follows. It recommends that council appoint the following citizen committee voting members to the 2023-2024 audit committee as per the MGA paragraph 44.1, Ms. Susan McDougall and Mr. Jim Noonan. If I could have someone move that, please. Deputy Mayor, thank you.
Second.
Councillor Gerard, thank you. It has been moved and seconded that council appoint the following committee voting members to the 2023-2024 audit committee, Ms. Susan McDougall and Mr. Jim Noonan. Is there any discussion on this matter? Councillor Zabian.
Thank you, Mayor Snow. So now that I did my briefing note, and you know that we're supposed to do this annually, and you know one of the members has been there for 6 years, does council not want to allow or to advertise to see if there's anybody else in the town of Kentville or anyone who'd like to be on this committee, or are we just going to go status quo? I mean, we're kind of taking the opportunity from someone else, and if Ms. McDougall wants to apply again and nobody else comes forward, that's great. But just now that we know the information is correct, we have to do this annually, and we haven't advertised for it. Are we okay with that? I personally am not. I don't think that's fair to the other citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zabian. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if we did advertise this particular one.
Councillor Maxwell, there was no advertisement. As per the MGA, the only time an advertisement is made is when the position is vacant. The position was not vacant, and there was a recommendation coming from the audit committee, which has not been resolved by this council yet. So unless there is a vacancy, according to the MGA, it is not advertised. However, having said that, any member of the public is invited to submit an application for any committee. If there are no vacancies, they are held on file, and then as vacancies occur, the person might get a phone call to say, are you interested in this committee, even though it's not the one that you applied for? And if they're interested, then they can go on that committee. If not, then they wait until there is a vacancy.
Thank you. Could we put that into our social media so that people know that, the process?
CEO?
Thank you.
Absolutely. Done.
Thank you.
Councillor York.
Thank you. When we talked about this last, we talked at length about the term and the reappointment. Was it not vacant rather because it was in the middle of an appointed term and we're putting them, I just want to clarify why it wasn't vacant.
It's not vacant because we have a recommendation from the committee.
Oh, okay.
So if the committee did not put forth a recommendation, then there
Then it
would be,
vacant.
there would be a vacancy
Okay.
as that occurred in 2022 when Mr. Rainforth resigned from the committee, and so his name did not go forward.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Zabian.
Thanks, Mayor Snow. I'm a little confused when you say that there's no vacancy, or somebody can apply and there's no vacancy. How could there be a vacancy when the same person's been there for 6 years? And they continually get added. How could anybody get on that committee if it's just status quo every year? Again, I'm just stating the policy and the MGA. You have the option now, basically tonight, council, you have the option to go forward and leave it as is, so that person would get a 7th year, or you can leave it right now and not approve them and put an advertisement out, a call for interest, and and see what comes from it. Those are kind of your options. We don't meet as an audit until the spring, so there's plenty of time to advertise. I don't think we're being fair to citizens when we do things like this, and I know you're not gonna like my comment to certain committees, and other ones we kind of play by the rules.
Councillor,
Well, it's true, Mayor Snow, I'm sorry, it's happened.
Councillor,
Okay,
I'm going to clear this once and for all, because you seem to be insistent upon speaking of it. On October the 3rd of 2022, I received an email. As you know, I was recently reinstated on the Police Commission to commence serving a term. I reapplied and was voted in to be reinstated. I went back, this is 2022, and expressed that they had been nominated on the committee in 2016. They served two consecutive terms, and then 2020, because it was COVID, we didn't change any of our committees, so people all got a bonus year. The problem with this reinstatement is that it did not come to council. The Police Act is very clear that the members shall be appointed by resolution of council. It was not that we didn't want the members, it's that it did not come to council. The Police Commission Chair made the executive decision to reappoint the members, and that is contrary to the Police Act. That's why that was changed. Councillor Maxwell.
Is this the one-year renewal? When do these terms end? That's what I'm wondering. When is the actual 2 years up? Because, Mayor Snow, I was on the police commission at that time, and I'm not entirely sure that that's exactly what happened. I don't remember exactly what happened.
I have the email here.
That's from one person. There were two people.
Council, I'm going to remind you that you were reappointed annually by council.
Yes, I know that,
Yeah.
but there were two people on that committee. Not only that, but we can go back on the audit committee and we can find people who were there repeatedly over the years as well. So I'm just wondering, are there specific dates when each person is appointed to a 2-year term, and then with the audit committee, we have to renew that every year? Are we at the point that this is a renewal, or are we at the point where this is the end of a 2-year term?
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Maxwell. And you are correct, because it is quite confusing, and we have typically looked at that 2-year term. However, what's occurred is that the MGA changed. And the MGA changed as a result of the Joint Accountability, Municipal Accountability and Transparency Committee and their recommendations. So in our policy statement, G57, we clearly state that nothing in this policy supersedes higher level documents, bylaws, or policy statements for those committees detailed under commissions and exceptions. The Municipal Government Act now says that the council shall annually appoint an audit committee. And subject to, an audit committee must include a minimum of one person who's not a member of council. So as long as the audit committee sends the recommendation to council and council makes that appointment, then there is no term for our audit committee anymore. It no longer fits within our nice square box of our policy G57.
So then if it's not fitting in the box, then why is it not advertised at the end of that 1-year term?
Because the committee has the authority to make recommendations back to council, and council makes the decision.
But, okay. so
Okay, just,
How is the public supposed to know when there's a vacancy if the audit committee keeps coming back to council and renewing and renewing and renewing without there being an obvious break in the length of term?
and I'm going to say that is a conundrum. However, typically what's happened is we have members who have retired from the committee. And that's occurred over our time period here.
Okay, so would it not be proper to amend our policy so that there is an opportunity for citizens to apply to this committee every year at the end of that 1 year?
Councillor, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
There's nothing in our policy. We've always encouraged citizens to apply for committee work if they wish to do so. We can't supersede the MGA, and the MGA says that annually you do this. So to put, we need, I know what you're asking for, and there does need to be work on our committees because it no longer reflects the current MGA.
that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
So we're under the impression as counselors that these are 2-year terms, when in fact they're not 2-year terms. And the audit committee keeps coming to us and saying, can you renew, can you renew?
That's
Can you
correct.
renew? And the public and us have no idea when these renewals stop. Do they only stop when the person decides that they're going to retire from the committee? Because to me, that just doesn't make sense, because then we have the same people in that position for 40 years or 30 years. And that to me makes no sense whatsoever, and it doesn't align with any of our other policies.
And that, I'm going to say that hasn't occurred at this point. However, what you're saying is noted, and there does need to be work on the policy.
Thank you.
Solicitor.
I think the mayor just summed up what I was going to say. I think what I would say is a little bit of what everybody has said is right, if I could put it that way. I'm a little bit afraid that people have gone down some legal rabbit holes here, and my responses might not be quite exactly the same as everything else. But I can say to the precise question as to when terms end, your policy says that they are to be renewed, they are to be reviewed by council in November. Typically, and your policy, as you all know, says it's a 2-year appointment. We know that doesn't apply to the committee you're talking about now. But your policy says that November is your date for reviewing it, unless there's an election, in which case it's 3 months after the election, general election. But as you all know, because you saw an email from me, this policy needs to be reviewed for the reasons that you and the mayor have agreed upon here, and others, that there are aspects of it that are unclear and that can mislead any number of people, starting with council, right? And so this should be on a list of things to be reviewed, so that these questions have clear answers and you're not having to sit here to try to figure out what they should be. But I would suggest to you that that council has identified what the issues are with respect to appointing the citizen members of this committee, and you simply need, as a council, to decide whether or not you're going to reappoint these two people here tonight or another night, or whether you're going to go out and ask whether there's others who are interested. There's existing things within your policy that were talked about last time that you could look to help with that discussion. But the key is that at some point you need to have this committee functional.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. So I just have a couple comments. So as we know, G57 is a policy that we certainly have to revisit and revamp. So I think everybody's clear on that. My understanding, and I am a member of the audit committee, is that the audit committee will reconvene in January of 2024 for another meeting. So my suggestion would be, where we have to appoint folks on a per annum basis, is that for the continuity of the committee, we keep these two members. Next year, we look at putting it out into the public for an expression of interest. I don't know if that has to be, if that can be contained in the minutes or not, but that's my thought moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zabian, I'll remind you, you've already spoken twice on this matter.
Thank you, Mayor Snow. This is what I brought forward in July and then again in September, and we're here tonight, so I'm glad we're on the same page now. It's only October 30th. I mean, we don't meet until January, and we've never met in January as an audit committee ever. It's always, if we have that first meeting in May, which I think we did last year, but the year before we just came slam dunk in June or July. Why wouldn't we, where it's only October, why wouldn't we put a social media post? Why wouldn't we vote to start fresh, put a social media post up? You have 8 weeks. I'm sure if there's any interest, they're gonna come forward. And if it's the same people, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Why wouldn't we play by the rules now? We know it's an annual appointment. We have the ability to do that now. Why wouldn't we let people, if they wanna be part of this, to apply and represent or be part of the audit process? I'm just wondering why we would leave it the same. And my last comment is really around the comment you made, Mayor Snow, if I will, about the audit committee making recommendations. How would the audit committee know to make recommendations of people if they can't apply, if they don't know to apply? We're not gonna sit there at an audit committee meeting, the one that we have every year, and say, well, we just went through the audit for an hour and now we're gonna go look for new people. That's not how it works. At that meeting, and it's just one meeting, there's one audit meeting, so people are aware. It's one meeting.
Counselor, I'm going to ask you to.
Can I finish, Mayor? So
No,
do you
actually,
mind?
you can't, because you've already spoken 3 times on this matter, and you're only repeating what you've already said. So therefore, unless you have something new to put on the table,
I do.
I'm going to.
I have something new to put on the table.
Then put it on.
I do have something new to put on the table. The audit was always very transparent, and the last audit that we did
Counselor,
was not a transparent meeting.
Counselor,
And
Counselor, that's enough. You cannot say that about our audit
What am I allowed
process.
to say in here, Mayor Snow? What am I permitted to say? Can you show, can Solicitor
Counselor?
Matar give me the MGA and show me what I'm allowed to say?
Counselor?
What I'm not allowed to say, because I obviously didn't.
Counselor,
understand it.
you're out of order. Counselor York,
Thank you.
you've already spoken as well.
Oh, thank you. Twice or once? Twice? Oh,
No,
thank you.
this is twice.
Okay, cool, thank you. So if we are meeting, to Solicitor Matar's point, in November, if we review all of these policies in November, does it make sense for us to review this policy and then take a vote for committee members at the November meeting so that we can clean up the policy so that everybody can be on the same page in advance of what would be next year's election and then plus 3 months? So do we have time to clean up this policy starting early in November instead of later in November? And perhaps Solicitor Matart, I misrepresented your words. Definitely did, cool, thanks.
If I might, Your Worship.
Please,
I was only going to say that your appointments, despite what your policy says about 2 years, are only going to be for 1 year
okay,
this year, since you have an election in a year's time. So they will only be 1 year appointments.
so had I finished that thought and thought it out and actually heard myself, I might have gotten there, is what you're saying? Okay, thank you, Solicitor Matart. Okay, all right, well, that was a waste of a second time, wasn't it?
Okay. Counselor Maxwell, you have spoken twice on this matter.
Yeah, thank you. I just need some clarification so I know what I'm voting on. If I vote no, then does that trigger an advertisement, if it's a majority no, to go out to citizens and we get people, if there's anybody out there that's interested, and they're put in place, and we go through this process and nominate them or affirm them before the January meeting? Is that a possible thing to do?
That is possible. So what we're dealing with is a recommendation from committee.
Right.
And as always, council has the final say on that. And council are the only ones who can appoint members to committee.
Right, okay, so then if I vote yes, then these people will be back on the committee for 1 year from now. And so in October next year, this would be coming back again. And at that time, we would be told that an advertisement is being placed and a call is going out for people to go on that committee. Is that correct?
No,
Okay.
no.
So if I say yes, then these people sit for another year,
That's
and then
correct.
in October, the committee comes back to us and recommends them again.
Not necessarily, because there could be a change at committee level.
Right, okay, but what I'm
Right.
saying is if nobody retires, then they come back again with this same recommendation, and it doesn't trigger an advertisement. Is that correct?
That's correct. However, as I stated previously, any member of the public can apply for any committee.
Okay,
And if we had people who were applying, then that would go to committee level. as, here's somebody who wants to be on the committee.
But if there's never a call for committee, how do people know to put their name in? That's my concern.
Okay.
Right?
Yes,
So
yes.
at some point in time, there has to be something to go out to the public that says, we are putting a call out for committee members.
And we
for
used to
these
do this
committees.
every October.
We're gonna do it every October?
No, we used to do it. We used to do it
okay.
every October. So from 2016
Yeah.
until 2020,
Yeah,
well, actually until 2019,
okay.
we did it every October, and then it changed.
So is this gonna go back to that way? If I vote yes, then by this time next year, we would have had a call go out for new members?
Of all committees.
I don't care if it's of all committees or just this one, I just want to be concerned with the process here. Yeah,
Solicitor,
Can I weigh in? I think we have to be careful that we're only speaking about the audit committee here right now.
okay.
Because all other committees, given the timing of the election next year, you're gonna have to, when establishing the terms of residents on those other committees, you're gonna have to determine when that term ends, because you may well leave that to the next council, right? The audit committee is, by the MGA, reviewed annually. And so if you appoint them tonight, the question then becomes, when's the annual period? When I stood up here before, I sort of hoped that the discussion was going to go back to this point, because I think it's a legal determination as to when the term ends and what's supposed to happen at that, and how the committee brings it forward. So I understand there's a practice that's developed. But I think the short answer to the question is that the term ends when the term ends, okay? And there is no automatic renewal.
Right,
And if council chooses to put that out to a public advertisement, then council can do that,
right.
okay? So that's the short answer, and so a lot's been said that could confuse that, but I think we have to pull all that away and recognize that it's an annual appointment by council, and what you choose to do as a council for identifying people who might be interested in serving is up to you as a council. But all of that is where, when your policy gets cleaned up, it will be clear in black and white. So you need to decide for this year, either at this meeting or your next meeting, how you want to move forward for this appointment.
Right.
Please, my message to you before, and I'm repeating it again tonight, is clean it up for the next council, please, within the policy.
Mayor
that
Snow,
clarified?
Mayor Snow, that's what I'm trying to get at, is if I vote yes, then it could very well be that a new council will come in and they will know nothing about this discussion, and this practice continues and continues and continues. And so it's up to us then, from what I'm hearing the solicitor say, that we need to change, we should change this now, and then make that change in policy so that who's ever here next October, that this can get changed, right? Because if I vote yes, I'm just voting for perpetually the same thing.
Solicitor?
I might as well stay here. I want to ensure that nobody misunderstood what I was saying. So I heard Councillor Maxwell say, change the policy now. Now is sometime between now and a year from now.
That's what I
It's
meant.
not here tonight.
Yeah.
Here tonight, I'm saying, or at your next meeting, I'm saying, figure out what you want to do now. Not change your policy, right? Figure out what you're doing for your appointment for the next 12 months. And between now and this time next year, fix the policy, okay? And so I would suggest that all you're doing tonight or at your next meeting when you appoint the citizen members of this committee is you're appointing them for 12 months. What happens 12 months from now will be determined by you when the policy comes back to council nicely cleaned up. Just gonna stand over here now.
Thank you, Solicitor. So, Councillor Maxwell, as you have asked, There will be a call that goes out for citizens, and as the solicitor has stated numerous times, we have an election next year, so it changes, so to speak, the water on the beans. So everybody will be changing, because the new council will have the opportunity to put people in place on committees. Does that, without me saying that we are changing the audit committee rules from the MGA, does that clarify what you're asking for?
Not really, because the audit committee will come back and they will recommend the same people.
But-
And that won't trigger an advertisement to go out. You see what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying, however,
Audit committee is going to recommend. A new council may not even know that these people have been there already for 6 years or whatever the length of term is.
Thank you. However, if I had a crystal ball and knew what everyone has asked for at committee level from a council perspective, we are going to have a very similar looking committee. And this will not happen because we'll make the changes at committee level with our recommendation. But we're not going to put any rules in place that go against the MGA.
Well, I'm not asking to
No,
go against the MGA. I'm saying, let's make it fair for
Yes.
citizens to get on committees.
Citizens can apply at any time, as I've said
Right, and I don't
previously.
think citizens know that, and that's why I asked to have that go out publicly. And if I want to see a call for people to sit on the audit committee, I have to vote no.
Okay,
That's, yeah, thank you.
thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Could we, in the motion, have it such that the citizen appointees are Ms. McDougall, Mr. Noonan, et cetera, and also have in that same motion that this would be, that at the end of the year, that this would be the end of their term?
Are
That-
you,
that would preclude them from not applying or not going into the ensuing year?
I have to check with the solicitor here. I don't know what he's
I
about to
wanted
say.
I wanted to make sure nobody else was going to try to answer a legal question.
Right.
The answer is no. You can't tell future councils what to do. And that's what that would be an attempt to do. You were simply appointing two people for the next term, and what happens next
After that.
year
Okay.
is not something you need to decide tonight.
Okay.
And I want to say, in response to the prior comments, that you shouldn't also assume that what happened this year will happen next year, because this is my comment about cleaning up the policy.
Yeah.
The policy can speak to how you identify people who are interested in serving on committees without having any impact on what the MGA requires around the appointment of this committee or any other committee, okay? So I would encourage you to not have preconceived ideas as to what the process might look like a year from now.
Okay. Thank you, that helps.
Thank you. So as part of this motion, if we could direct staff to provide us with some recommendations on the policy, CAO, that works for you. Councillor Zabian, you've already spoken 3 times on this matter. Unless you have something new to add to this conversation, I challenge you.
Thank you, Mayor Snow. Not new, I just think, you know what, we had a good debate tonight
Councillor,
from
thank you.
everybody.
We've heard everything. We have a motion
I didn't say anything.
on the floor.
I've felt that, Mayor Snow. You were telling me
You,
that.
actually, you said to me that you have nothing new. That's how you started out.
No, I didn't. I didn't say I have nothing new.
Yes, you did.
Good debate.
No, you told me you had nothing new.
Did I say I have nothing new? I didn't mean to say that, but sorry. I guess I was repeating what you said.
So I guess I'm not psychic, just psychotic. All right, thank you. The question is that council approve the appointments of the following citizen committee voting members to the 2023-2024 Audit Committee, Ms. Susan McDougall and Mr. Jim Noonan. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. And the motion is carried. Thank you. All right, we move on to our recommendations and reports. And Councillor Zabian, you have the comm, and please move the recommendation.
Okay, just give me 1 second. At the October 10th, 2023 meeting of Council Advisory Committee, CAO Bedingfield presented the staff report in response to Council's concerns about community requests for sidewalks. The curb and sidewalks bylaw describes curb fees, but does not outline the process of community petitioning for a sidewalk. Staff have reviewed the practice in other municipalities on this issue and offer solutions in their report. Council Advisory Committee recommends that Council direct staff to draft proposed amendments to the curb and sidewalk bylaw, Chapter 63, regarding an improved petition process for resident-initiated local improvements. I so move.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor York, thank you. It has been moved and seconded that council direct staff to draft proposed amendments to the curb and sidewalk bylaw, Chapter 63, regarding an improved petition process for resident-initiated local improvements. Is there any discussion on this matter? Councillor Savage, or Deputy Mayor, sorry.
No worries, thank you. So I just wanted to ensure that a few items would be included in that petition. So essentially, and I'm assuming, I'm sort of looking at through to the CAO, percentage of cost that the town would pay versus the residents. Sort of how many households are considered the majority for wanting the sidewalk? Would it be 55%, 75%, or does it need to be unanimous? And then also, you know, the responsibility of clearing the sidewalk, would it be the residents or would it be the town? And that's certainly, depending on which side of the street it would be placed, assume all persons on that particular street would pay a portion of the sidewalk. And I think when we talked about it before, at last meeting, I believe it would be based on their frontage, the amount of frontage that they had. So those are just a few items. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if this would be treated the same as new curbing going in a subdivision. Would the percentages be approximately the same? Because if there's new curbing put in, then the residents have to pay a portion of that. So I'm just wondering, I'm thinking it's probably going to be pretty much the same. Is that correct?
That was the intention when this was brought before council.
Okay.
Councillor York?
Thank you, and through the chair to the CAO. I would also like to have in that report if there are going to be differences where the sidewalk ends in certain places and then picks up along the same road. So Park Street, for instance, that's cheaper, where existing sidewalk is there would be gaps and then it would pick up again. Is that different than petitioning for a new sidewalk? And on streets where there is a sidewalk for a portion that is residential, that then stops where it is continued to be residential. So thinking of specifically Prospect Avenue, where there's a sidewalk up until the intersection of Academy Street, but then the street does continue to be residential, but the sidewalk doesn't continue. So we've already kind of set a standard. We're just wondering how that shakes out. Please and thank you.
CAO, you've got those?
Yes, thanks. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for that.
If there's nothing further, are you ready for the question? The question is that council directs staff to draft the proposed amendments to the curb and sidewalk bylaw, Chapter 63, regarding an improved petition process for resident-initiated local improvements. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed, and the motion is carried. Thank you very much. All right, we move on now to our council reports. Councillor Gerard.
Thank you, Your Worship. October the 3rd, police chief interviews. October the 18th, we had the provincial housing project presentation. It was a 1-hour info session on the proposed housing at the DOJ backyard. October 24th, I attended the swearing in of new police chief Marty Smith. October 26th, we had our CAO selection committee meeting. That's it for meetings, but I continue to have conversations with citizens around the housing proposal. Condon Avenue is still top of mind for a lot of people. But driving around town, I've noticed that there are other, I call them sinkholes here, but I guess I'm lost for what they actually are. But the state of infrastructure in the town, where there's a lot of catch basins that are giving way, it's quite concerning, especially with winter coming up, because with water getting down inside around the catch basin, not specifically in the catch basin, there's going to be a lot of freeze thaw, and to me that says that we're going to have a lot more catch basins give way in the spring. And I had asked, and I don't expect the interim CAO to have the answer, but I had asked, I think at our last CAC, if there is a cost as to what it's cost for the cleanup of the August-September rainstorms, like loomers and fixing of the sinkhole at KCA, stuff like that. Is there a rough estimate on tens? It was tens of thousands when I asked Director Bell, but I'm assuming it's probably well above that now.
I don't have that number in front of me, but I can make sure that it's in Director Bell's report, or one of us will bring it back to the next CAC. Yeah, thank you for that.
All right, Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the committee meetings that I have is Kings Remo. They always give an update on COVID, wildfire, hurricane season, and they discussed emergency measure training coming up on November 16th. Again, one of the things that they did talk about is the vulnerable persons registry. And as we know, with all these floods and any snow, power outages, we think it's important that people know about it. They go on and they can call or register. They can get in touch with Dan Stovall, and he can either mail out information and an application. But what you want to think about is if you know somebody who has, could be hearing impairments, it could be seeing, anything where you think that the power is outage and you want to make sure those people are being looked after and checked on, that is the importance of this program. I know they're looking to increase and get awareness out there for people who will need it, so please pass this on, and you can get information, no problem. I've had some meetings and events, and there's two that I want to draw attention to. One was the Housing for Healthcare workshop. It was held in Wolfville. It was quite interesting. There was municipal leaders from across Annapolis Valley. Interesting to have developers there and municipal affairs and housing. And I think it was the first time that we were able to have chats around the table where all developers were able to talk about what their challenges are when they're building, and right down from National Building Code to just waiting on permits. There was a lot that came to the table and was very informative. The second one was the Transit Public Participation Meeting that was held at Kentville Fire Hall. It was 3 to 5. While I was there was about 7 people. And they had, I thought it was going to be really a Q&A where everybody sat down, but it wasn't. There was poster boards talked about routes and some research. But I think there was one suggestion that I had made to them that it needs data on it, because if it talks about in certain routes where it says work day, my workday could be different than Councillor York's workday, depending if it's shift work, whatever. So it needs more detail, so I look forward to hoping that there'll be another meeting with a little bit more information for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell. Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, through the chair. Councillor Huntley, the Housing for Healthcare workshop that you attended, where they talked about probably a number of things, but one of the things you mentioned were about national building codes. Were there any suggestions from, I'm assuming there was all orders of government there, provincial, federal?
There were provincial for sure.
Okay, no, that's okay. With respect to the provincial, were there any discussions about continuity across the province with those standards?
Yes, there was actually. One of the things was they had talked about, so for example, when developers are meeting with wherever they're building, if they're building in 5 areas across, say, Annapolis Valley, let's pick that, and each area has a different building inspector. Well, each building inspector has their own interpretation of what the building code is. So sometimes that is the challenge. So one developer spoke on, I've used this same developer in, I don't know, I'll pick Bridgewater.
Okay,
And
so
then-
different counties, yeah.
Yeah, and then if I go to build again, there is a different person who will come in there, and then even though I've been doing the same things for, say, 3 years in building, the new person to him comes in and says, yeah, no, that won't work anymore. That's not right. So now the job is held up for 6 months. So what they have talked about is pooling building inspectors together to review the National Building Code and say, okay, interpretation is great, but there's still bullet points that need to be the same with everybody, so it doesn't hang up production.
Okay.
So, yep.
Nope, that's very helpful, thank you.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. On October 11th, I attended the Names List Committee, and I will give a report on that in a few minutes. On October 18th, we had an information session where we received information on a possible provincial housing project in town. October 7th, Harvest Festival, a little cloudy, but this didn't deter the crowds. Everyone was enjoying themselves from what I could see, and a successful event, and many thanks again to the organizers and volunteers. On October 7th, I also attended the closing of the Kentville Heritage Center. When I went in, it was a fantastic turnout. There were quite a few people there for their final day. I want to thank the board and all the volunteers that provide the town with the many displays of Kentville history and keep it preserved for all of us to see. So that was good. October 21st, I attended the Multicultural Festival, another really successful festival, great booths displaying many different goods from the various cultures in town and around the province. Fantastic music, also from various cultures, as well as wonderful food, and you can't go wrong with that. So that was very well done. On October 24th, I attended the Chief Smith's swearing-in ceremony. I forgot to write anything in there, but I was really impressed with this swearing-in ceremony, and I think one of the things that really impressed me the most was having Chief Smith take the Special Olympics oath as a chief of the town of Kentville. He's a coach, and he's taken the oath before as a coach, and having one of his athletes that he coaches come in and administer that. I don't know whose idea it was, but it was absolutely fantastic, and we need to see more of that type of thing. And so I was very impressed there. And congratulations to Chief Smith. So the Names List Committee, we discussed the items brought forward by council when you all passed the recommendation for the naming of Bridge Street and the list of possible names for future use. We took all those names, categorized them all into themes. We made some minor changes in the wordage of the naming bylaw, and identified some names on that list that may need more research before they become used. And so, of course, that would go to committee whenever we need a name, and they would do the deep dive into those names. Plus, of course, they'll get other names from the public for whatever it is that we're naming. So that will happen. So unfortunately, I had a committee meeting postponed, and I have one on Thursday that I can't report on now. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Maxwell. And just as a question you asked, the idea for the Special Olympic oath came from former Chief of Police Mark Mander and his folks. So yeah, it was very special. Thank you for bringing that up. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I attended last council meeting. October the 11th was a meeting of Investment Advisory Council. I'm trying not to use acronyms this time, so I'll say everything. Our investment advisor opened the meeting by providing the committee with a great piece of literature that outlined key market data as it relates to our portfolio. During the month of September, we sold approximately $400,000 of our investment savings account in order to purchase Bell, Enbridge, RBC, TD, and CP Rail. We did a corporate ladder of bonds. Verizon and Fortis also raised their dividends. That certainly helped our portfolio as it stands now. October 17th, we had a council session on the Pallet Village opportunity in Kentville, Nova Scotia, where staff outlined the provincial announcement of $7.5 million investments for 200 units to create these such villages in select communities across the province. It's a provincial initiative, and staff are working to gain more information as it's made available to them. It's important to note, as advised by staff, that the province operates quite differently than municipalities in as much as they make announcements before all the details are typically flushed out, which we're learning. We had a presentation from Russ Lagacé from Pallet Canada, who explained the ongoing success stories with communities of care. We certainly understand that residents have questions as to council, and those questions will be answered as more information comes forward. October the 20th was Regional Sewer Committee. We had an operations and compliance update. The cell desludging is approximately 70% complete at this juncture. The odor over the past, I'll say, couple of weeks has been stronger as they are working on the northwest corner. So please understand that the odor will subside and that they expect to be 100% complete mid to late November with the desludging of cell 1. There was a reporting on the RG5 force main break, which is from Millbrook to Eves Hollow. We made the decision to cancel the tender back in November 2022 to replace this force main due to the desludging that was necessary in cells 1 and 2. The amounts were going to be higher, so that's where that decision came from. There have been 8 breaks from September 26th to October the 9th in the section from Millbrook to Eves Hollow. The spillage to Marsh and Cornwallis River was reported to NSECC, and the estimates related to the installation and financing options will be available at a future Regional Sewer Committee meeting. October the 26th, we had a meeting of the CAO hiring committee led by Brian Smith. We have a good roster of candidates, and interviews are expected to commence mid-November. October the 25th was KBC. I shared the minutes from the meeting in November, council report. For the purpose of this report, I shared the September 20th meeting minutes, sorry. October the 7th was Harvest Festival in concert with Walk a Mile, Red Heels, the fundraiser for Chrysalis House, and I ended the day visiting the Heritage Center, the closing their last day. And I think Councillor Maxwell touched on how important they are to our community, so thank you for that. October the 21st was the Multicultural Festival between Town of Kentville and KBC. All I can say is the photos were amazing. Unfortunately, I had a work commitment that evening, so that day and evening, so I was unable to attend. I did attend the Pumpkin Walk, which was put on Town of Kentville and Landmark East School, and the fundraising is for bursaries. It was a spectacular night. October the 28th, I went to a housing information session with MPs hosting. And then October 17th, I had a WebEx on how vulnerable coastal Nova Scotia is with changing climate. And Dr. Tim Webster headed that up, and he's with COGS, or was with COGS. October 24th, the swearing in of the new Chief of Police, Marty Smith. Congratulations. I think Councillor Maxwell again said lots of wonderful things about him, and I believe we're very lucky to have him at the helm. October the 21st, I had a meeting with some residents in Deer Haven, and October the 21st, I had some telephone conversations with folks around the provincial announcement around housing and homelessness. And that is my report. That is my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Maxwell, you have a question with regards to the Deputy Mayor's report?
I did, through the chair, please.
Yes.
I was on the eastern end of the trail today, and there is still quite a smell through the section behind the homes there. And it looks like the work is completed there. How long do we expect the smell to linger in that area?
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So they're still, the work is pretty much complete, but they're still taking out some soil samples and things like that, and those are being tested. So it'll probably be within the next couple of weeks. But probably some of what you're smelling would still be the desludging in cell 1. And so to date, they've taken out 739 BDT removed from cell 2. So that is a tremendous, tremendous amount of sludge. And I suspect that is the odor that you're smelling. I don't think it's very much to do with the 8 breaks between Eves Hollow.
It disappeared. It was only for a small, like a section, and I could see that the digging had gone on there.
Yeah.
But it looked like it was filled in and so on, and so I'm assuming that's where the cells are. And is that correct? The cells are along the trail there? They're not at
No.
the?
No, you're talking cell 1 and cell 2?
Yeah.
No, those cell 1s and cell 2 are as you're coming up the 101 access. Off to your right, you'll see the building's way
Right.
over there, and then they
Okay,
have the
so
pads
then-
where they're
then
desludging.
this
The
is-
lagoons are cell 1 and cell 2.
Right, this is right on.
Yeah, those are the
trail.
those are the force main breaks. The 8.
Okay, so it's from Eves Hollow into Kentville, and those are repaired, it looks like, but the smell is like about 4 or 5 houses in width. You don't smell it beyond that certain section there, and I'm just wondering why the smell is so strong behind those 4 or 5 houses there. And it disappears. It disappears as you continue on into Kentville,
Because of
and
the
you don't
leakage.
get it when you first come in from Eves Hollow.
Yeah, part of that is because of the leakage that transpired when those force mains broke. And they are repaired, I'll use that term loosely, but there's gonna have to be a complete new force main put in there. And we won't know how much that's gonna cost for probably another 2 months.
Are they gonna cover up that, the area where, with gravel or sand or something, so that the residents don't have to deal with that smell?
My understanding
Right
is
behind their house?
my understanding is with gravel, and that gravel will be, for lack of a better word, scented. What does that mean?
Okay, so that, we can expect that will
Yes.
probably be being done soon.
Is the answer,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
I imagine they're waiting for something from the environment.
Yes,
Since
they
they
are.
had to do the testing. All right, Councillor York, do you have a question
I do
for
have
the
a question,
deputy?
yeah, through the chair, if I may,
Yes.
to Deputy Mayor. Yeah, sorry. Is the expectation that desludging is going to improve next summer's stench?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely. And the county has further gone forward and has put a request for proposal out to to some engineering companies where they will be doing a complete comprehensive study of what desludging looks like and how often it should be done. And the mayor's shaking her head, and I realize that. Yeah, it's been quite a process. But yes, the odor will be very different because of the desludging that's being done. It's very costly, and we have to get our heads around how often we should desludge
Thank you.
cells.
Those cells should be 10 feet deep. And cell number 1 was 4 feet deep, was all that was left. So therefore, it couldn't do what it needed to do. So what we're looking at is, from an operational and maintenance perspective, is that required maintenance was not done when it should be done.
Thank you.
You're next.
Yes, great. So most of the items on my report have already been discussed. I will touch briefly on the Regional Rec Facility meeting, which I attended with CAO Bedingfield. I appreciate that this has been agonizingly slow. It has been agonizingly slow for me as well. I share your concerns and I share the frustrations there. I think we'll say methodical instead of slow. Being methodical does allow us to cross all those T's and dot all those I's and lowercase j's as we move forward so that we can make sure that we are making the best decision. I think everybody at the table would like to see it move more quickly, and so there is a bit of a push at the moment. So we will be meeting again in November, so next month, to discuss these next steps. Once I have an update from that meeting, I will send an update to council. Because that committee has a lot of things that are happening that are not quite public ready, it's difficult to bring those full updates to this table because they're not quite public ready, but they will be updates that I can give council likely at the end of or after a meeting, at least an update on where we stand. So Councillor Maxwell talked about the nameless committee, which was a very productive committee meeting. And I look forward to seeing what happens out of that name bank moving forward. I attended the same events. Had the fortune of being a judge for the dessert contest, and I do recommend everybody tomorrow load up. It's the last day for that pumpkin palate pleaser, so if you can get out, they are all delicious. And I do want to say a special congratulations to Chief Smith on his appointment to the position. And I will leave it at that.
All right, thank you. Councillor Zabian, you have a question for Councillor York?
Thank you, Mayor Snow, through the chair. Councillor York, I appreciate all your hard work with the regional facility. I'm just wondering if we're gonna come to a point soon where we can decide, I guess, do we wanna keep playing in this game with the other partners, or is it time, I know I've said this before, for Kentville to maybe do their own thing? We've got a 50-year-old rink which needs a lot of upgrading too, and I think we're looking for more here for our own citizens, and it'd be nice to come to a point, and I'm not trying to push along, when you can come back to us, and just say, you know what, enough is enough. We're not making any headways with the other partners, and let's do something on our own for the town of Kentville and the citizens. I think it's time to, this has been, 2.5 years now I think it was the spring of 2021, right? Yeah, May of 2021, so and I know things take time, but you've got 3 people playing with this, and not playing, but 3 people involved, and I think it's just time for Kentville to probably look at doing their own thing as we move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell?
Thank you, and the CAO or our representative can speak to the Regional Recreation Center. Of course, I questioned this last time, and I wondered why it's taking so long, and I understand that there are things that the public can't be told. I also, after having been involved in the new build of a gymnasium at my school that I was teaching at, know the cost of how much these facilities cost. And I think we need, if it ends up us going through with our own, that is a huge cost to do it and do it right. And so, I think we need to be cautious. My question here, and of course, I would like to see it as a partnership, because we can get more bang for the buck and more done with a partnership than we can going it alone. and we'll get what we need. I'm wondering, what's the general consensus of the committee? Are the partners positive, or is there a lot of hesitancy within that committee, if you can make any kind of comment about, does the desire seem to be that we definitely want this and we definitely want to work together? That's what I'm wondering.
So yes, I would say, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say that there is absolutely a will to have this completed, because to your point, we can do more with 3 partners at the table than we can alone. Though, to Councillor Zabian's point, regardless of what the outcome is, we are gonna have to look at, as a council and as staff, I think, our own facilities and the next steps for those facilities. So either way, yes, it is very positive and still moving forward, but we still do have to look at what Kentville has to do with next steps for our own facilities in the interim, because it will take time to build a facility, and in that time, we do need to think about what it is we're going to do with our current facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zabian.
Thank you, Mayor Snow. I attended the same events most of my peers did, the Heritage Center closing, the Harvest Festival, and the Multicultural Festival, and great that day despite the weather that there was no parking in town, and it's always nice. I know that's probably not a good thing for a business person to say, but it's always nice when there's no parking, because that means there's people here, and I love that. So the only thing I'm going to touch on is the October 18th meeting that council had. It was a presentation regarding the provincial concept for the pallet village, I'm going to call it, that it would be placed on the provincial land in Kentville, and it would be 15 tiny tin homes, and I guess from what I got, they said it takes about a day to assemble each one. It was suggested that Open Arms would be managing the daily operations of this village, and that's all I have for my month. The only other thing, I got a lot of calls regarding that, as well as the flooding in town. I still get called about that daily. And I also attended, I forgot to mention, the October 24th public-led session on this pallet village as well. I went primarily just to listen to people and what they wanted to say in a very open and free environment, and they were all very respectful and voiced their concerns, and I think that's just a good thing to do, to listen. And that's my month. Thank you.
Thank you. CAO, did you have anything that you wanted to follow up from our CAC, or anything that anyone has brought up in their reports?
Thank you, Mayor Snow. The only thing I wanted to bring up, and this will be coming hopefully soon, but our Director Bell, just following up on the flooding issues around Condon, is working towards a recommendation to bring back to council, and he's, we're hoping to have that for the November CAC.
Thank you. Councillor Zabian, you have a question for the CAO.
Thanks, Mayor. Through the chair. Interim CAO, just wondering, I know last year, it might be a little more than a year ago, Councillor Maxwell asked former CAO Troke, for a list of all of the current lawsuits that the town is involved in, and he was gonna get that information to council, and I don't think it ever made its way. So council, I remember you had asked that question, Councillor Maxwell, if I may, and he was gonna provide it, and it just never came forward. It'd be nice to see what those costs are and what legal issues that we have on the books. I know we see them sometimes. Well, we see them as part of the audit report. You'll see legal there, and this year we didn't get the same information as we did last year. Last year they were detailed with the costs of each one, and this year it was just a...
Councillor, do you have an ask of the CAO?
I think I asked. Thank you, Mayor
Okay,
Snow.
thank you. You've got that?
Yep.
Thank you.
So sorry, I didn't get it. Or can we get those sorry, I'm calling you director and I'm calling Councilor Maxwell director. Interim CEO, sorry. Can we be provided with that information?
Yeah, I'll see what I can bring.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. My report from the last council meeting of 25th of September up until when this was handed in on the 24th of October, several meetings. One of the interesting ones is with Annapolis Valley Health Authority. We continue to meet at Soldiers Memorial in Middleton. As you will recall, they had several issues with their emergency department, and that precipitated a group of the local mayors. So from down Digby Way right up to Wolfville, and how we can help or make changes, sort of thing. So that continues on. We have a meeting coming up this week where there's going to be a presentation with regards to what they've done from a recruiting perspective. I know that the Middleton Hospital, so Soldiers Memorial Hospital, is getting new staff. One of the criteria for an emergency room is that they actually have to have 3 physicians who belong to the hospital. It can't just be 3 physicians in the area. So that was, I'll say that was their long pole in the tent, is that they didn't have these physicians who were attached to the hospital. So more details to follow next, I guess probably at the end of November with regards to that. Again, Nova Scotia Public Housing Authority. I had a Teams briefing on some housing initiatives in the town of Kentville, and this is with regards to public housing. As you know, the town of Kentville has 76 public housing units in the town of Kentville. Most of these are at Oakdean, those white apartments, the seniors, we typically call them the seniors apartments, just off of Oakdean. So having said that, currently on the list for the Nova Scotia Department is 1,200 people in the town of Kentville who are looking for housing through that department. And of those 1,200 people, 9 of them are need accessible units. So this is very clear to the Public Housing Authority, and again, they are doing what they can, and we do expect to have an announcement. And this has nothing to do with the announcement that we've already heard. One thing that I want to be very clear on is that we have numerous provincial departments who are working on this housing issue, and we're getting dribs and drabs from all of them. And I'm also going to say that a lot of times the information is embargoed until they make the announcement. So there is going to be a Public Housing Authority announcement for the town of Kentville, but we're just not there yet. On every 6 weeks, the mayors and other regional leaders of this area meet to discuss ongoing and upcoming initiatives. And as you can well imagine, this is a busy season for most of the towns, particularly with their Harvest Fest moving on to their November and then their December Christmas events. So you know, it's a great time for our region. Sat in on a webinar on extended producers regulations, so EPR, and this is for paper products. And what we're going to be seeing is some changes forthcoming. We are one of the last provinces in Canada to adopt these rules. So basically, when you buy, I'm going to use a box of cornflakes as an example, but when you buy a box of cornflakes, there's actually 0.0015 cents of that price is provided for this extended producers. And so you are already paying for it. It's just that we don't do it that way in Nova Scotia. But what it means is that our Valley Waste will no longer, and by virtue of that, municipalities in Nova Scotia will no longer be paying for the recycling costs of paper and package products. So that will go completely to the extended producers. And what it means for Nova Scotia and for you as for all of us as taxpayers, is that it's going to be $6 million that's kind of redistributed through the municipalities, because we all pay for this every time they pick up your recycle box. Now, we don't know if it's going to be a separate truck that drives by to pick up your paper products, but that's all to be determined. And we have a January 30th drop dead date on that information, so we should have more information for you as it goes. The AVCC held its Valley Best event at the Millstone location, and if you've never attended, it's one of those events that you really should attend. The small businesses in our valley are absolutely amazing. The folks that come out, and it's just a day or an evening to celebrate, and the location is ideal. We had to put on our mittens and our nose warmers, but otherwise it was a really great event for that. On the 17th of October, I attended something called Research Over Coffee. So Dalhousie puts out these webinars, and they are called Research Over Coffee. You can Google that and get on their mailing list if you wish. But this one was with regards to how vulnerable is coastal Nova Scotia. And this is the one that featured Dr. Tim Webster that the Deputy Mayor spoke of, and he's down in Middleton at NSCC COGS. It was an excellent presentation on the effects of climate change on our coastal areas. And what he was actually showing was kind of the before and after pictures, but not only the before and after. He actually put, and I'm talking with my hands again because it's the easiest way to show you that he was talking about, where an embankment was on the coast and then where it is today and the shift. The other thing that he had really incredible images of Fiona. And I know that Fiona did not affect us here in the Annapolis Valley. However, if you go up to Cumberland County and look at the coastline there were cottages that have been in situ for over 50 years that were actually moved completely off of their cement pad and placed in fields by this water and this storm. So it's really incredible, and they have some incredible data, and they continue to use it and they continue to refine it. And COGS, you can go on their website. I'd like to tell you what COGS stood for, but it's Geographic Services. There we go, College of Geographic Services, again, another incredible NSCC location, and they do have the information in their website if you want to look at it. So it's worth a trip to look at. Ducks Unlimited did a duck and run, 1K and 5K run around Miners Marsh on the 15th of October. They plan to do this annually, and it's an annual fundraiser event. And I'm also going to tell you that they had a lot of swag, so you missed your chance to get ball caps. And the best thing is that our medal was actually a lanyard with one of those things that they put around a duck's leg for monitoring them. So it was kind of one of those really neat things to do. 17th of October, one of my very most favorite things to do was reading the Pumpkin People book to a grade 3 class at KCA. Spike was on hand for high fives, hugs, and distribution of the book. And I will repeat that annually, the town of Kentville provides one of the Pumpkin People books to every one of the grade 3 students at KCA, and it's always a really great event. So the rest of my report is there. If there's any questions, please don't hesitate. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And this may go through the chair to the CEO, and I should have asked her earlier, but you probably also know. The archaeological dig that was commencing before the work could start on the Donny Hills Connector, do we know if that dig has started, and if so, do we know how long it may take?
Through the chair, I have no idea.
Okay.
But I can check it. I can check that.
Okay.
I do know that we had to.
There was going to be a dig, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just thinking it's starting to get colder, that if the digging was going to start.
Yeah, not to my knowledge, but I will check on that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Maxwell.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering, you mentioned in your report that the provincial public housing will be maybe making announcements soon, because we're in need of more public housing. And I know up on Oak Dean, I don't think there's any more land up there. So I'm wondering, is this new build, or are they planning to add stories, or like, what's kind of in their mind for this?
Well, that's a really great one, Councillor Maxwell, because they are planning a new build. However, based on the information that we had from our former CAO, Dan Troke, who at one time in his career worked in housing, those buildings up there were apparently designed such that they could go up to 5 stories. However, for them to go up to 5 stories, they have to put an elevator in. So I did put that to the committee when I had this conversation with them, and Deputy Minister Paul LaFleche was on the call, so he told me that he would get back to us. So if you think about, what is it, 3 buildings up there, and if we could put 2 more floors on each of those buildings, that's some pretty good capacity, I would think.
Yeah, it's pretty good capacity. I think there's more than 3 buildings up there, but anyway, yeah, okay, just wondering.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Councillor Gerard.
Thank you, Your Worship. 2 questions, actually. The EPR,
Yes.
is that retroactive? Because consumers have been paying that fee for a long time.
You're a dreamer. No.
And then the other question is the IMSA. Is there any way we can get like a real comprehensive, because the way that these committees, I was on one of them before it disbanded to become this one IMSA committee, but I'm petrified that Kentville's gonna take it on the chin like they were before, and having to subsidize outside entities. So is there any way we can get like a real in-depth, this is what's going on? Or is there an end to this IMSA, or are these 2 units gonna be an IMSA forever?
Okay, so let me put this into perspective. The Valley Wrens IMSA was brought into this group, so that's done and over with. Remo was brought into this group, done and over with. Diversity Kings, they wanted it, but none of the other partners wanted to pay for their diversity, because we all felt that they were only concerned about Kings. They were not looking at what the remainder of the communities were doing from that perspective. So that went off the table. The 2 things that are, I'm going to say, our most active portfolios are Valley Waste and Transit. Transit, as you know, is I mean, we have money coming at us, and so for that reason, we're not speaking publicly because of the way the money is coming and the way that it's going to be used. So I want to assure you that we have MNP is actually looking at all of the policies, and I'm going, not the front line, like not the bus driver staffing, however, the administrative staffing. So is there ways that we can make economies of scale by having one director of finance? And I'm just making an example here. I'm not saying that's what we're doing, but this is the sort of thing between transit and waste. The other thing as well is that on the waste side of the house, we're actually doing okay, this is how much true waste is coming in, and this is how much waste our taxpayers should be paying for, and this is how much waste is coming in from a perspective of people dropping it off in their cars, so that we're not, as taxpayers, subsidizing the person who's bringing a truckload in. And so all these things are being done, and unfortunately, it's a slow wheel, and as you know from your time on Valley Waste, it's one of those things that getting our head wrapped around. But I'm going to say the good thing is with this EPR is that it takes a big chunk out of it, and I suspect that we will be seeing things, and when we see our next budget, we will see I guess, better budgeting from those two entities.
And lastly, in having to do with the IMSA, when they figure out what region pays what, correct me if I'm wrong, they use population plus assessment?
That has typically been the way of doing it.
What does assessment have to, like, if there's a million people that, and I know there's not, but if
No.
there's a million people that live in the county and 10,000 of them live in Kentville, and it's gonna cost $50 a person,
Exactly.
assessment has zero.
That's right. And I think it's one of those old-fashioned ways of doing things, or the way that we've always done it. And what we're seeing, even with this service exchange, Bill 340, that's going through the province right now, I mean, it was 1995 is when that was put in place. So a lot of this stuff dates back to that time and has never been changed. So as you well know, as a Valley Waste, I'll say, as a former Valley Waste board member, think about how many driveways, so how many garbage cans are picked up in the town of Kentville. And if we look at what the information is, it should cost our taxpayers $148 for a year's worth of garbage collection at the end of their driveway. However, we know that the reality is 600 and some odd dollars if you take the number of driveways in the town of Kentville and divide it by the budget from Valley Waste. And as you well know, that problem is long-standing because of decisions that we made, such as bringing cottage country into garbage collection and taking on that cost separated amongst all the municipalities. So there's a lot of these things that have to be changed, and MNP, who is delegated the task of the data, is looking at this stuff.
Okay.
So I know that's a really long answer, and I'm really hoping that we only have to pay $148 for
So
garbage,
am
because
I.
I hate paying $600 for it.
Yep, perfect, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Deputy Mayor.
So I had one more question I was remiss in asking. Bill 340, and you just mentioned it, so that made me think about it. So if it passes, and I know it's in law amendments now, would that have an impact on our 2023-2024 budget?
It certainly would.
By that time already,
So,
potentially?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, it should go into law.
Okay,
I mean, all we can do is hope that the legislature
Right.
moves it forward.
Sure.
And we know that this provincial government, when they say something, they do something.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so we have to go that. And if it does go into law, then yes, it will definitely affect our budget.
wonderful. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, council, we've been at this for 2 hours. Do we need a biological break before we move on to new business?
Yes.
Okay, so we will take a biological break, and I would just ask our audience to please let the councilors use the bathroom first. If you could be, sorry. Call the meeting to order. All right, we're moving on to our new business. Our first item of new business is a request for tax reduction. And CAO, if you could give us the details.
Sure. So under the Municipal Government Act, it states that municipalities have the ability to reduce taxes for properties for taxpayers who have one or more structure on the taxpayer's land become unusable due to fire, storm, or flood. So in September of 2023, a structure at 5 Lacewood Drive suffered a total loss by fire, and the building has since been gutted. On October 6, 2023, the property owner wrote to the town to request a reduction in their tax bill until such time as the structure can be rebuilt. So under discussion, the Town of Kentville's policy statement 37F, tax reduction, states that a reduction in taxes can occur with the following conditions. The taxpayer shall apply in writing to council no later than 2 years after the date of destruction, requesting a reduction or rebate of property taxes. The date of destruction should be indicated in the letter. The Town of Kentville shall ask the building inspector to confirm that the buildings have become unusable due to firestorm or flood. And the Town of Kentville shall request assessment services to provide a new valuation for the purposes of this policy. And upon receipt of the building inspector's report and provincial assessment report, the town may reduce the amount of taxes in proportion to the apparent reduction in value, and for such period or council may. So this specifically applies to Policy Government Act Section 69A and the Town of Kentville Policy Statement 37F, tax reduction. It does impact our tax revenue. There will be a decrease in property tax. So attached, you'll find the letter that was dated from the property owner. It's dated October 6, 2023, and also Policy Statement 37F for your reference. So it is recommended that council support this request contingent upon meeting the conditions of Policy Statement 37F, tax reduction.
Thank you very much. So our motion would be that council approve the request for property tax reduction for 5 Lacewood Drive pursuant to the policy statement G37F, tax reduction. And Councillor Gerard for the motion, thank you. Deputy Mayor, thank you. It has been moved and seconded that council request that council approve the request for property tax reduction for 5 Lacewood Drive pursuant to the policy statement G37F, tax reduction. Is there any discussion on this matter? There being no discussion, are you ready for the question? The question is on adoption of the motion to approve the request for property tax reduction for 5 Lacewood Drive pursuant to the policy statement G37F, tax reduction. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed, and the motion is carried. Thank you very much. Our next matter is with regards to council committee appointments, and each member of council provided their top 5 choices for positions on council. In most cases, we're golden, but we do have some that need to be reviewed. So if you could pull up, oh. You did provide me with these.
There's only 2.
Oh, I must have given you too many. So, council, as we go down through the list, council advisory committee is all of us, that's good. CAO appraisal is all of us, that's good. Intermunicipal service agreement, that's me, that's good. Audit committee is the mayor plus 2, that's me, Savage, and Zabian, that's good. Water commission is the mayor plus 3. I have 4 members, 2 of you are number 5. Which one of you doesn't want to be on the committee?
Rock, paper, scissors, Andrew?
Yeah, okay.
1, 2, 3, shoot?
No.
No, it's all right. If, councilors.
Either way, I'm okay either way. If you
Okay.
got your name, you go ahead.
Then Councillor York, you're not on that one.
Cool.
Okay. Source water protection is mayor plus one. We have two. Huntley and York again. Man, we're just not going to get you in the water, are we?
I tell you.
So Huntley has a higher number than you have at number 6, so you're a no. Unless you guys want to arm wrestle for it. Board of Police Commissioners is 2. We have 4 applicants, 2 of which are 1, and it has been our practice and to give everyone their number 1 pick. So unless someone can show a reason why Gerard and York should not be appointed, Savage and Zabian, you're the other 2, but neither of you are at, for neither of you, it is your first choice. So is there a problem there? No? Okay, moving on. So it'll be Gerard and York on that one. Investment Perpetual Fund, it's 2 members. So we have Savage and Mayor and Gerard. Gerard, you're number 6. Do you have a burning desire to be on that committee?
I will arm wrestle.
Okay,
No, I'm not.
okay. I was ready to take you. Annapolis Valley Regional, we have 1 nominee, Councillor York, thank you. We do need an alternate in case Jillian is not able to attend, in case Councillor York is not able to attend. Councillor Huntley, thank you for the alternate. AV Trails, Councillor Maxwell, thank you again. However, we need an alternate for this one as well.
I'll serve as alternate.
Okay. Joint Fire, we're golden. That's Gerard and Zabian. Kings Point to Point, we've got no takers. We need a 1 and an alternate. Is there anyone who is Councillor York? Thank you for the primary.
Yes.
Okay, and an alternate? Councillor Gerard, thank you for the alternate on Kings Point to Point. Kings Regional Sewer, we've got the Mayor, Gerard, and Savage. Councillor Gerard, how about if we dump me off and you go?
That's entirely up to you.
Okay, so you'll be an alternate.
Yep, sure.
However, Councillor, or Deputy Mayor, always appreciates the interest. Remo will be our deputy and 1, so we're golden on that one. Our Ren, we have 1 and, oh my God, and an alternate, and we're golden on that one as well. Diversity, we need an alternate. So Councillor York is our person, and we need an alternate for diversity. Got anybody?
I don't usually miss meetings.
I will be the alternate,
Okay, thank you.
although I would recommend Councillor Zabian.
Okay, on inclusion and access, we're golden. We've got 2 members, Maxwell and York. Thank you. Student bursaries, we're golden. Councillor Maxwell has put her name as her number 1 again this year. Thank you for that. Kentville Business Community, we have the deputy and an alternate. So right now we have 2 alternates. I will bow off for Councillor Huntley as the alternate. Annapolis Valley Physician Recruitment Board, we have 1 and, or I guess, Councillor Huntley, you've asked us to talk about this in camera. Should we be populating this or wait till? Okay, so if we could just put a wait on that, Ms. West, and until we have more. Heritage Committee, we've got a request for 2, and we have 3. Zabian at 2, Maxwell at 3, and Gerard at 5. Okay, thank you, Councillor Gerard. Names List Committee, we've got one person, and that is Councillor Maxwell. Okay, Councillor York, thank you as you're a sitting member. All right, does everyone have their list? So the motion is that council appoint the members of council to the committees of council as detailed in the report. Ms. West, you're happy with the report that you have for full details? All right, if someone could move that, please. Okay, so we'll go Councillor Zabian and Councillor Gerard for the second. It has been moved and seconded that council appoint the members of council to the committees of council as detailed in the report. Is there any further discussion on this matter? Are you ready for the question? The question is on adoption of the motion to appoint the members of council to the committees of council as detailed in the report. Voting is now open. Are you going to make us change our vote, Solicitor? No. Okay. Voting is now closed, and the motion is carried. The podium is yours.
I was just going to remind council as to what the term is, because your policy would say it's a 2-year term. You're not doing a 2-year term. Perhaps by consensus, it can be agreed that it ends at your last council meeting in this term, which will be November of next year, I believe. There's always one council meeting after the election.
Thank you, Solicitor, for that. Council, by practice, has annually reviewed this and re-upped for committee work. All right, our next item is election of our deputy mayor. So the 2023-2024 nomination and election of the deputy mayor, election of the deputy mayor in accordance with the Town of Kentville Council Policy, Council Meeting Policy G70. The deputy mayor, Kate Savage, was elected at the October 24th, 2022 council meeting. The deputy mayor is appointed for a term of 1 year. On behalf of the council and staff and citizens of Kentville, I want to thank Deputy Mayor Savage for her dedicated and committed service to the town and this council as deputy mayor. Thank you. As detailed in policy G70, to select a deputy mayor, the chair will call for nominations. If more than one council member is nominated, the selection shall be put to a vote by ballot. The CAO will act as a teller, and they will distribute slips of paper to all members, including the chair. The members will write their choice for deputy mayor. Council members not nominated may be selected during the voting process. The teller will collect the ballots, count them, ignoring any blank ballots, and the results by majority vote will be provided to the chair, who will announce the deputy mayor. The chair will then call for a motion to destroy the ballots. Is there a nomination for the deputy mayor? Councillor Huntley.
I nominate Kate Savage.
Thank you. Councillor, Deputy Mayor, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Zabian.
Thank you. I'll nominate myself.
Thank you. Do you accept the nomination?
I sure do. Thank
Okay.
you.
Are there any further nominations for deputy mayor? Are there any further nominations for deputy mayor? Are there any further nominations for the deputy mayor? Nominations are now closed. You may, however, write your choice on the ballot if the nomination has not been made. Teller, please distribute the ballots. Thank you. council, please write your selection on the ballot. And Teller, if you could please collect and count the ballots. And Ms. West, if you would assist, please. Thank you. The deputy mayor for the 2023-2024 to serve a one-year term is Kate Savage. Welcome, Deputy Mayor Savage. Thank you, council, for your consideration. I require a motion to direct the teller to destroy the ballots. If someone could move that, please. Councillor Huntley, thank you. And a second. Councillor Zabian, thank you. It has been moved and seconded to destroy the ballots. All those in favor? Those opposed? The motion is carried. Teller, if you could destroy the ballots, please. Okay. I'm just watching you. Set them on fire. All right, the next matter that we have under new business is with regards to the pallet shelter units. So council, I am going to caution us before we start this conversation. This is a provincial initiative. We have the information that the province has given us at this time. And I'm also going to remind council that your words can be very powerful. And the chair requests that you be mindful of what you say, who is listening, and further the effect of your words on the most vulnerable in our town. Please be respectful and limit your questions to the context that we know. And I will defer to the CAO to provide council with, I guess I'm going to say, a starting point for this initiative of the provincial pallet housing.
Thank you, Mayor Snow, and I will pass it over to, well, afterwards we'll go to Councillor Gerard. It is his item. I guess to start, what we do know that is that in 2022, the town of Kentville had 1.8 times increase in homelessness compared to 2020. And through trends, through data collection, we know that if this continues, we would see 186 individuals seeking support for housing in Kentville by 2026. So the Provincial Pallet Project is a unique opportunity and one way to address homelessness across Nova Scotia. This is also part of a broader housing and homelessness solution that the province is working on. The town of Kentville is one of many proposed project sites, and staff are working with the province to ensure that implementation best meets community needs, ensuring that the Pallet Village is a community of care. The pallet villages are leading example in rapid response emergency housing. This would, I assume, would be why the province has chosen to work with them. This project will create a shelter opportunity and a place to go for individuals who are currently experiencing homelessness in our community. We have no confirmed details at this point. There are no there is no confirmation to talk about, which makes it quite tricky. I think one of the things that we've talked about with council is that the province does things in a bit of a different way that municipal government does, where municipal governments like to have all the information and then make an announcement. That doesn't appear to be the case when we're working with the province. They like to make an announcement and then try and figure out the details later. So that is the process that we're in the middle of right now. But what we do know is that the daily operations will be taken on by a local not-for-profit. Again, that hasn't been confirmed which one. DCS, or Department of Community Services, is currently in conversation with a local not-for-profit. And the intent is that there would be provided 24 hours of support on site wherever the pallet project is. The pallet village is one opportunity to respond to the housing and homelessness crisis and will support individuals currently experiencing homelessness within the community. I think it's important that we recognize community members are eager to learn about the provincially led pallet project. The province has selected a site for the project based on provincial land availability and the criteria required by the pallet company. We have an understanding about where we think it is, but again, nothing has been confirmed. There is no agreement. Staff are working on communications for community members, particularly for residents and business community members near the new pallet village and community of care location. We do know from the province that when they talked about where they were selecting, how they were selecting the land, proximity to services, including transportation, laundry, food, basic hygiene were of top priority to them. Community members can expect regular project updates and information in the coming weeks. Hopefully, again, we're a little bit at the mercy of the province and what they choose to communicate with us. I think it's also important to note that we have been updating. I'm looking at Ms. West. I don't know if it's possible to pull up the website on the screen so that folks can see the website that can be found off of the town website, and all the information as we get it is being uploaded to this page, so you can keep up to date with what is happening. I also wanted to end just by, there's a few quick facts here that we have learned from the Pallet Community Initiative. Thanks for that, Jen. So it's under Spotlight, and then you can post it, and all the documentation and any relevant information is continually being posted there. I can tell you that it gets updated as regularly as we can. So pallet communities have consistently proven that once implemented, crime and calls to the local detachment decrease. We've heard from a number of community members that this is a priority for them. So what we have understood is that after a pallet village was implemented, there was a 19% decrease in crime rates and a 13% drop in EHS-related calls in similar size pallet villages. The S2 pallet unit is designed, that you saw on that website, with Canadian climates in mind, and withstands up to 40 pounds of weight per square foot. And it's also something around 300 km/h winds. Someone with lived experience of homelessness designed the pallet units. If you go to their website, this is what they're telling us. As a social benefit company, 80% of pallet staff members have lived experience with homelessness. So the whole piece is around having a dignified approach to housing individuals and getting them out of our community currently, out of the tents. We do know there are at least 15 to 20 individuals who are experiencing homelessness in our community right now that are seeking shelter throughout in our parks, in our facilities, in green spaces, throughout the community. And so this is one solution that the province is working on to address the issues of homelessness and housing in our province.
Thank you very much, Director. So as requested, Councillor, you get first kick at the cat, so to speak, and because we are not in decision making mode here, I would like to recommend that we go around the carols and that you're each provided with 5 minutes to speak on the matter, because this is not a debate. Debate does not occur when we are not making a decision. So this is not where you are going to debate what another member has said. And again, this is a provincial announcement. So if that is satisfactory to everyone, if there's no issue, then we can start.
Sorry, Mayor, are we able to ask the interim CO any questions?
Sure,
Yeah.
sure, of course. Yes, this is our staff.
Okay.
So she is here to provide that level of expertise as required. Councillor Gerard, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, bringing this up, I meant the conversation to be respectful for everyone. And my agenda, or what I've got written down, is nothing but questions. Questions that I hope when the staff and hopefully council meet with the province to discuss what's going on, can be asked. What I'm hoping is that council be included in discussions with the province. I hope stakeholders and folks that are here that are listening and want to speak on this can also be afforded not a one-on-one, but a public meeting with the provincial members that are going to be discussing this. So my questions are on top of the housing. So what is the province doing to help the homeless? I recently watched a documentary about San Francisco, which is overrun now. And some of the folks who actually went through the program there said, and these are their stats, I assume the stats are similar everywhere. Addictions plays a big role in homelessness, mental health plays. I do know that, and I've said this before at council, the perfect storm's been created by the province to make people who used to have apartments not have apartments through what landlords now are charging and have to charge to make it a viable business. So my question to the province would be, what are you doing to help the homeless on top of providing a home? Are they providing help for addictions counseling that they need? Are they providing help in other resources, life resources that some of these folks wouldn't have? So I also would like to know, what is the cost going to be to Kentville? I think putting it right in downtown or anywheres in town, there's going to be Kentville resources that will be required. Will there be money for that? Will the province provide, for example, and I asked Ashley? Alicia. I asked Alicia. I didn't mean to put her on the spot at the meeting, but if our staff, the town is not mandated with housing, the province is mandated with housing, but if our staff is having to spend time, going down this road with the province, are the taxpayers being compensated for someone in her position that's doing something that's mandated for the province? I know that Russ, the gentleman that gave, said in his experience, it does not attract outside people to town. My question would be, is he dealing, like, he was from Calgary and he talked about Boston. And I think the schematic of a city with 2 million people or 4 million people is a lot different than a town of 6,500. So that would be a question I would like answered. And a lot of even council amongst themselves has asked this. Is this this piece of land, is this the only one being considered? Are there others? As I said before, who will be at the table to ask these questions when an MOU or whatever is brought forth? Another question I have, and I asked Kirsten, and I know she answered me, but I don't know whether she was sure on the answer, is can the province come in and change our LUB MPS at their whim when they want to install things that don't conform with what our current municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw is.
1 minute.
I think that's it. But my whole thing was to prompt everybody else to ask other questions. And hopefully
Yeah.
to staff or whoever goes to the table to talk to the province can go, here are some questions that we have, right, that have been brought up. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Councillor Huntley.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. One was, actually, a couple of them are similar to.
Oh, sorry.
Councilor-
I didn't put your mic on.
Oh, it's all good. I have 4 questions. First one is, when we say on-site 24/7, what comes under that umbrella? What does that mean? And I mean, is there a social worker there? Is there police there? Is there, what is the, okay. Provincial land availability, has there or will there be a list of what the provincial government actually looked at before they thought of Kentville, or just in Kentville? 3, what is the cost to the town? So in a couple of years, I'll say 2 years for sure, what does it mean to us? Do we take over something? If they hand it to us, what is the cost? And if it goes to where they're talking, and there's a building there that could be used for like a community room or food or whatever, the kitchen area, that retrofit cost in that building, do they pay for that under this program? And at what point would there be a date for public information? So obviously, we'd love it to come out now. We're obviously on different schedules, but could there be something, whether it's bi-weekly or weekly, I don't know, just as an example, just some sort of update instead of all these, I don't know. We're surmising so much that we really don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Xavier.
Thank you, Mayor Snow. I've got some notes here and they're a little scratchy, but I want to begin my comments just by saying that by asking questions, it doesn't mean that I'm not sympathetic to people and their needs. Myself, I have 4 children. That could be anybody at any time. It could be me someday. We don't know where we're going to end up. So by asking questions, I don't want anyone to think that it means that we don't care or we're heartless. I don't like that. Questions are fine to ask. The first one I'd like to dig a little into is the history of this project. And I asked this, but I don't have an answer yet. Did the province just pick Kentville 2 weeks ago? Did we apply for something as a town? Where did this begin? What's the origin of this with relation to Kentville? And I don't have an answer to that, and I kind of would like to know. My other question is kind of echoing my co-councilors here on the maintenance of this village, because we know there's going to be service delivery. We know we're going to need probably extra policing. We're going to need electricity. We're going to need water. And we have no answers on who's paying for that. And while people may think that's not an expense, it certainly is. And we have to pay for them as a town. So it's nice to know, are we paying for them? Is the province? And if we are, how are we? Where's that money coming from? We don't have a magic hat that we can just pull money out. So are we going to cancel capital projects? Are we going to have to raise taxes? Those are important questions. And the other thing is, I just heard that they're looking for a nonprofit to run it, but on the 18th of October, we were told that Open Arms was going to handle the daily operations of this village. So has something changed in respect to that? I myself, and I'm not a nonprofit, so I understand and I appreciate all that they do, but I'd want to see, and I know it's short notice, how they're going to run this, what the intake's like, how long people can stay for, what is the plan with this? It's new to us, it's new to our town, and I think wherever it goes, to make people feel safe, they'd want to see what the rollout is. I don't think it's fair to the citizens to say, it's coming in 7 weeks, deal with it. And I know people hate NIMBY and they don't like that term, but I think it would apply anywhere. It's just, people have to be comfortable. And if there's no information, you're not going to be comfortable. And the last thing, I think is the most important, Because to me, it looks like the province is just saying, here's these tin homes, you guys deal with it, we're doing our part, and you're gonna have to take the burden of it, whether it's in 3 years or whether it's in December if they're rolled out then. What's presenting us as a council, as a town, from speaking to the province and getting these answers now? What's preventing us from waiting? Because waiting means it probably will happen, and we didn't get involved, and then we're at the end, we're gonna be the burden with these costs potentially, and I always like information first before I do anything. That's just how I work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor York.
Thank you. I want to first start by thanking everybody who's shown up this evening. Obviously, this is a concern. Obviously, you have questions, and I appreciate that without having many details, it's difficult for everybody to be in a position to make a decision or to make an opinion. And I also understand that without having details and specifics rather, it's really easy to go to worst case scenario because that's the only scenario that has a sort of an endpoint. So I appreciate that you probably come here this evening with a lot of fear and apprehension, but I do appreciate you coming out all the same. I've had a lot of conversations with folks in the community. They've all been very positive in terms of being able to share concerns and share information as I have it. But one of the biggest points that I've taken away was that a lot of the concerns about future projects are concerns that are also being experienced in the moment now. So, with concern about misuse of town facilities or increased drug use or whatever it is that folks are having concerns about, those concerns are happening presently. And so for me, as a member or as the chair of the Board of Police Commission, those are some bits of information and bits of conversation that I can take back to a committee that can actually start working on that regardless of where this project goes or the timeline of that project. So I do encourage everybody who is having these conversations to please either email those concerns, even if you feel like you've said it 1,000 times and nobody's listening. Please do continue to email. That is helpful for me personally. And secondly, I would also like to get some finer details, I guess, at some point around the memorandum of understanding, that MOU. So whenever we work with any form of government, so either a municipality or the province or the federal government, we create that sort of contract, that MOU. I would like to build in, where possible, those additional supports. So while we know there isn't a through line between being unhoused and crime, we do know that there will likely be an increase, or at least the same amount of calls for mental health services, and those calls that kind of got downloaded onto municipal police forces from the province anyway. None of these are criminal matters, however, it has been placed into the lap of the police. So I would like to see funding for positions currently like we have with Ashley Ettinger. I would like to see her position renewed, but I would also like to see an increase in those types of positions within our Kentville Police Service. And with that MOU, I would hope that there would be more conversations around this table, certainly, and with the community as well in public engagement sessions, if that's a possibility in a timeline. But making sure that that MOU really does reflect what we know to be the current needs and what we suspect will be sort of projected needs, and making sure that those supports are in place in as ironclad a possible MOU, working with government however that can be. But I do want to, again, reiterate that the conversations that I've been having in the community so far have been what Councillor Zabian has alluded to. So while people might be experiencing sort of unease right now, I think a lot of that unease comes because we don't have information at our fingertips to give out, and that there is a genuine concern for people in our community. So your unease does not mean that we or anybody here, I'll speak for myself, but that I would interpret your unease as being sort of anti-homelessness or anti a group of people. I don't want people to feel like they can't have conversations because they feel they'll be maligned as being anti a group of individuals in our community. So please do have those conversations and continue to have those conversations. Difficult conversations are just that, they're difficult, but they're things that we can work together sort of on a one-on-one basis, but then as a town moving forward, I think we can actually do some good here with the conversations that we have at large. I will stop.
Thank you.
Soapbox.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think most of the folks around the horseshoe here, fellow councillors, have expressed things like, you know, who the not-for-profit will be, how it will be run, what other provincial lands will be available, and so on and so forth. So just wanted to make a couple of comments. And to Councillor York's point, you know, the citizens are here to listen and to speak. And so thank you all for that, for coming. We are all here on council at the will of all of you folks. So when I think about the province and what their powers are, so to speak, I looked back on a couple of things, not necessarily in Nova Scotia, which I'll leave that, but you know, when you look at that there were 26 municipal mayors in Ontario that were given new powers to extend their powers and help regions get shovels in the ground basically faster to help deliver on provincial goals to build 1.5 million homes by 2023. They boosted those mayoral powers in Toronto and Ottawa last year in efforts to make those things happen, just like Ontario arbitrarily cut the council representation in Toronto from 50 to 25, only 3 to 4 months before the election. So it's clear that there are things that the province can do arbitrarily, and so those are, you know, we have to be very aware of what those things are and what they can do. My thought has always been about going directly to the source, and perhaps as a council, we may look to pass a resolution to write a letter asking for input as a council collectively, or perhaps the council would nominate a couple of representatives. I don't know what that would look like, but at least it would allow us as a council, mayor and council, excuse me, to, you know, be at that table and have some input. I think I mentioned it at the session that we had on October 18th about when we're putting a community in a community, everybody has to be aware and on side and respectful, and but also, you know, make known what we want to see. I don't really know that I have much else, because everybody really has pointed out so many different things, I think, questions that we have. And I do appreciate that the CAO is waiting for more information from the province, and that will be, you know, sent down to us as we get it. But still, I maintain that that we may want to do something of that nature, like passing a resolution to write a letter asking for input. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. I've been incredibly frustrated since we first heard about this proposal by the provincial government. And there's several reasons why I've been frustrated by it. First of all is the lack of information that we were given. It was, you know, it was sketchy. I would call it basically a heads up that this is what we're thinking and this is what we're, you know, looking at. I don't like going public when I don't have all the information. I don't like discussing things when I'm discussing something that I know very little about and I can't give answers to people. And I don't like maybe saying a little bit of what I thought I heard in a meeting and then having the provincial government change that when they come in and tell us what's going on. Then I look like I'm lying to the public, or I look like, you know, something that I'm not. And so I have been incredibly frustrated because it wasn't supposed to end up this way. We we got sketchy information. We were supposed to wait until the public came out with their information, which would allow us to answer questions, would give us more information so we had a better understanding. But instead, somebody decided that it was important to take sketchy information to the public. And so as a result of that, we have all this speculation going on. Well, this might happen, or that might happen, or this could take place, or that could take place. And I find all of that just isn't how I like to do things. And when I go to the public, I want to have answers. So I don't have those answers. None of us around this table has those answers. The province might not even have those answers yet. That could be as well. I do trust our staff to attend these meetings and make sure that this project is going to be done in a humane way, and people are going to be treated as individual human citizens, the same as any of us would want to be treated. That, I do trust our staff when they're in discussions that those types of things will be done. I'm very, very scared when we start speculating, and we're at home speculating with our wives and our husbands and our partners and things like that, and the kids start hearing it. And the negativity gets out there with the kids. And what I'm most scared of is that we end up in a similar situation as Berwick did a few years ago. And I'm sure everybody knows what that situation was, where a homeless person was burned to death inside of a bus shelter. I don't want to see that happen in our town. We have homeless people here now. We may not see them unless we get up very, very early in the morning. They're here. They're camping in Miners Marsh. They're camping behind the food land. They're camping along the trails. They're huddling in doorways downtown that have an overhang for the night. They're in our banks, keeping warm in the debit machine areas. That's a reality. That's what we have going on. They get up early when the sun breaks, and they're gone from those locations, and we don't see them. But they're here. And what worries me the most is that a day like Wednesday, and we're supposed to have cold temperatures and snow, and we have people camping and curling up in these locations. That's what concerns me most. And I have to go to find and hope that my citizens, my fellow citizens in this town, that we come together and we find our compassion for other human beings. And I'm frustrated. And I want the citizens to just know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So as council, the first time that I'm going to say that this would have hit our radar was September 11th, CAC. We had a staff report to Council Advisory from the Housing and Community Partnership. And the statement under council-related items is Community of Care, temporary sheltering partnership opportunity with the provincial government Department of Community Services. That's it, that's all. That is how it came to us first. We did not know what they were looking at. However, there was stuff happening. And then our next report would have been at October CAC, again, Housing and Community Partnership report. And there is Community of Care, temporary sheltering, exploring partnerships. And there are details on the page 2 of that. And it does talk, as the CAO gave us the information with regards to the homelessness in our community. And we do see it every single day. And I know that from a public perspective, people are asking, well, how did they pick the spot? Basically, the province went out and did a search of all property owned by the province. And it's not, there's two different types of property owned by the province, and I'm sure the solicitor can speak to this in much better detail than I can. But there's something called Crown land, and these are not Crown lands. These are properties owned by departments of government. So in effect, this property is owned by Justice. And so what happened was all of this information, this data, was provided back to Community Services, Provincial Housing, and the Department of Municipal Affairs. And from there, they started looking at the communities that were closest to this and what sort of things they could do and how prepared the community is. I know that people have pointed out that there is other land in Kentville that belongs to the provincial government. However, when you look at the map, it's not actually in Kentville, it's in Kings County. And when you think about Kentville and you think about the services that we have all of the services here, plus the fact that we have a police force. And you know, when you look at what our police force does and what it can do, and then you look at the not-for-profits that we have, and one of the things that every single one of us should be proud of is the fact that we have brought these not-for-profits together to look for solutions as a whole, that we're not, that our not-for-profits are not working in stovepipes. So it makes it better for all of us. It makes it better for us as a community of care. So the information is out there. I'm also going to say to the citizens that when you ask me for my opinion, I don't have an opinion on this right now because I don't have enough information. As Councillor Maxwell has pointed out, we haven't got all the information. And phoning up DCS is not getting us any more information because they're not prepared to give it to us yet. So I have to tell you to be as patient as what we're being. And I realize that is really hard, but we need to be patient and we need to have all of the information. Homelessness is happening in our town, and we need to help, and we need to be part of the solution. So again, everything that you're sending into council, regardless of which member of council, all of this will be documented and it will be kept for future use. However, this is a provincial project, so I'm asking you for your patience. I realize it's not easy. We will give you as much information as we have when we can. Particularly, you saw our website. It's on the front page of our website. Please refer to that, and we will continue to provide you with the information that we have. And I will say, this is provincial land. They pay us a grant in lieu of taxes on an annual basis. When Kings County owned that building, we got zero. Now we get a PILT every year from the provincial government, and they have said that funding will come with the project. So I'm going to say that we are not put at a disadvantage because of it. And I've used up my 5 minutes, so thank you very much. Councillor Zabian?
Thanks, Mayor Snow. I just, I'm gonna follow in the step of Deputy Mayor Savage. If I would like to put a motion on the floor that we do send a letter to the province from council. I know you said that they haven't given any more information, but it's November 1st in 2 days, and this is coming very quickly. If it does, as what we were told on the 18th, so why don't we as a council, I think we can make that decision ourselves, there's 7 of us here, to send something looking for the information that we have discussed tonight. I don't see any issue with that. Again, I think all of us here, I don't think there's any of us up around this horseshoe that are not sympathetic to people's plights. We all are, I know we are. We're all good people up here, good-hearted people, and I just think we want more information, and I don't understand why we wouldn't just ask for it. So I would put a motion on the floor somebody would second it, to send a letter to the province.
I'm writing it out. I'm trying to get the right word in here as well. Okay, so you are moving that council send a letter to the province Department of Community Services to provide details on the planned temporary shelter.
Correct.
All right, and you're moving that?
I am.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second and then I'll.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded that council send a letter to the province Department of Community Services to provide, or requesting, requesting. Requesting, see, this is what happens when you don't read it out loud first. Requesting details on the planned temporary shelter.
Temporary shelter project?
Yes, beauty. Okay, discussion. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. And I think one of the things I had said was, as a council, perhaps we might pass a resolution to write a letter asking for some input when that letter goes to the province. So getting information from the province, I think, is important, to Councillor Zabian's point. But I think having some input as a council, and the province may come back and say, absolutely not, you can't have input. I don't know what they would say. But I think that having input, excuse me, in that letter would be important. Thank you. So I know you have a motion on the table, and I'm looking at Jeff. I think you'd have to take an amendment to the motion.
We'd have to go with an amendment to requesting details and request.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
As
Oh, yeah, secretary.
As members were speaking around the horseshoe, I took note of every question that they had and every concern, and that could make up the bulk of the letter if that would.
Okay, that works. But Deputy Mayor has something completely different. What you're asking for is for us to provide input.
Right. Be at the table. Yes. That's what I'm asking for.
Okay. You know that's going to be a hard no.
No, I don't.
Okay. We can ask.
And maybe the,
Solicitor?
If I might on that, there may be legal implications of that should be discussed in camera, and I would encourage council at this stage to seek information. And once you have as much information as you feel you need, or as much as they're prepared to share, then at that point decide whether or not you want to be at the table. Because at this point, I'm not sure you even have enough information to decide what role, if any, you play here. And that's where legal advice may come into play later.
Deputy Mayor, is that satisfactory?
sure. Yeah, I guess that's satisfactory.
It's, the door's not closed. It's just that we're gonna go out, get information, and then, once we have that, we go back.
Yes, yes. Excuse me, not yep. Yes, I do understand that. But to the solicitor's point, perhaps they wouldn't permit us to be at the table at this juncture with the limited information that we have. My thought around it, though, again, is having some input. So yes, we can ask those questions, and there were a number of them, but I think having input at the same time is important. And perhaps we may even wish to make a subtle note of that in that said letter. I'll leave it at that and
Okay.
let everybody else.
Okay,
not let everybody
we'll be drafting. Okay, Councillor Zabian.
Thank you. Yeah, I would agree with Deputy Mayor Savage. I think just because of the timing of this, there's not a lot of time. If things go as we were presented, I think I would rather see us have some, at least attempt to have some some part of that conversation, you know, and again, we have 6,000 people in this town, and we've got to listen, and I mean, we've got to figure this out so that it works for everybody. So, I mean, I definitely support that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maxwell?
Just a point of clarification. Do we not have a staff person at that table already?
Thank you. I'm going to defer to the CAO because she
Okay.
also has something to add and other comments that have been made.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. CAO, please.
Yeah, so there's a few things. So thanks for all of those comments and questions. I was nodding my head through all of them because we have very similar questions, and I think it's important to keep asking them. There's a few things there. So one is that we keep, Councillor Zabin, you keep talking about that it's coming really soon. We have no idea when that is. There was some arbitrary number that was set on the 18th. Again, nothing has been confirmed. There is nothing in writing. There is no agreement. We know as much as you do at this point. There is no truck coming into town anytime soon. We have, and there was a comment that was made around with regards to the province potentially not knowing that would be our understanding as well, is that they also have internal things that they're trying to work out with themselves to have agreements within their different departments. So sometimes we bring things to their attention, and that we know from talking to another provincial department that they're also not aware of. So when I say that this is so preliminary, that's what I mean. There is nothing that is confirmed, I just want to reiterate that. With regards to staff at the table, there is also no consistent table that exists, but what we do have are staff that are continually calling and emailing and requesting for information on behalf of the town of Kentville. What we've been told by the province is that they are waiting until they figure out all of the sites in the province where they want this to take place. What the town of Kentville is saying is, can you let us know first? Because we want to be able to support our community to be at a place of readiness, and staff are having conversations around not just how can we, if this is coming to the town of Kentville, how can we make sure that it's successful, but also how can we support our citizens to feel safe and confident that this is something that we can all kind of wrap our heads around. So I assure you that is being constantly requested of them. And if anything, more questions have come up for the province. So it's really clear that their state of readiness is actually moving further and further and further away. They are aware that, choosing my words wisely, that maybe a lack of information is causing panic and sometimes harm in community. We've made that really aware to them. That if you want this to be a success, if you want your project, if the province wants their project to be something that the community can get behind, you've got to give us information. We simply don't know how to proceed. What I can tell you is that staff right now, because it's really clear that this is not happening anytime soon, are spending a lot of their time right now on redirecting on how what other solutions exist in order to support the people who are experiencing homelessness in our community, because the temperature is getting really cold really quickly, and we have people who are living in tents in our community who we don't want to freeze to death this winter. So that's where the energies are going. There was a comment around what is the province doing. The province just announced their housing strategy like days ago. So I do encourage people to take a look at that, and you can see what their plan is for housing in this province. Kentville is actually mentioned in there, and if I had my wits about me, I could remember the exact page number, but we are on a page provincially. And just acknowledging that this is complicated. It's really complicated working with another level of government that doesn't seem to fully understand how municipal government works and that and how and what community needs in order to feel confident with these things. Yeah, we've explained this over and over and over again, that at the municipal level, we like to have all the information, and then we like to bring it to the public, and then we like to kind of work with everybody to make sure that, that we have all of our ducks in the row. And it's been a good learning for us, and hopefully for the province as well, that the two units need to figure out a way to understand each other's languages. Right now, we don't hold a lot of the power, but I promise you that we are continuing to push back, and staff in the province are doing what they can also to help us out. Yeah, I think that's all that I can say about that. I heard all your questions. We have them recorded. We will continue to have our reports from our housing outreach coordinator and continue to bring you as much information as we have. And with regards to public input, we are continually putting things up on social media. What I am, the last thing I'll say, I swear, is that, it's really clear that the awareness for homelessness in our community has amplified. We've been doing this work as a town since 2015. This council has approved a position to focus on this for this budget. This is a really caring and committed council to address these issues. And the fact that there are so many of you here tonight is really quite wonderful. And I do think it's time that we have a community conversation around homelessness and housing in general, and how collectively we can kind of come together and work on this. And continue to do everything we can so that when an opportunity does come, then we're at a place of readiness. And in the meantime, we will continue to push for information, and any information we get, we will continue to bring it back to both council and community.
All right, thank you, CEO. Councillor Zabian, I see you. However, Councillor Gerard has not spoken on this matter yet, so I'll give him the mic. Councillor Gerard.
Thank you, Worship. I just, a couple of things that you said, Mayor Snow, and actually something that you said, CAO, about, this land is ready, and one of the questions I would like to add is the province placing some of these in spots where they're needed, or in spots where, because I work up and down the valley, and I see that there is a need for homes and housing, not just in Kentville. And I'm just wondering if the province is going, we're gonna stick it here because we've got the land, where it might be better served. And I don't want to mention any communities because I don't want anybody to think, but I'm just, that's a question that I think should be asked.
So this is, and I've mentioned this before, that the province is looking for provincially owned land that has all of those criteria that I mentioned before. Within the valley, the data clearly shows that Kings County and Kentville proper has the highest rate of homelessness, and that's the data that the province is using to decide where these communities would go. Exponentially, Kings County is the highest, and then when it comes to service providers, Kentville is where that would go. We're the hub for this in this particular region of the province.
And that would make sense because we've got the services, but we've also got 3 shelters, do we not?
Yeah, we have, I mean, we're so fortunate that we do have these organizations that are reaching out. We also have a hospital. We also have a community policing unit. We have a lot of benefits to that. It's a little, it's a bit tricky, isn't it? Because people come here knowing that they can get support, and then they need support.
Thank you.
Councillor Zabian.
Thank you, and this will be my last time. I won't speak again. Just want to make a comment that we, as a council, we sat down where the audience is 12 days ago, and we were told 6 to 7 weeks, and we were told that Open Arms was going to manage it. So I don't want anyone to think that I made those up or they came out of my hat. That's what we were told down there, and that's the information that I have, that I provided. So did something change in the last 12 days?
It did, and that's why it's really tricky to share information, because we're learning something new every single day. So when we go out to the community, we want to make sure that this is what Councillor Maxwell was talking about. The information did change, so we are, at that moment, that's the information we knew. We shared it with council, along with the notion that this is something that we're kind of pulling you into part of our journey that we're trying to go through here. But it is this ever-changing thing. We're working with this kind of amoeba that keeps shifting. So what was, with the information that we had that day has shifted.
No, thank you for that. I wasn't told that day. I left here thinking it was coming before December, or in December, that's what we were told, because I was the one who asked that question. And I left here, and then I got calls shortly thereafter from the public, so I wasn't told that they were gonna deviate from that. That was the definitive answers that we got. That's what I thought the presentation was for, so if something's changed, you know, it might have been a good idea to send us an email and say, you know what, it's not for sure there anymore, because I left there thinking that. I don't know if the rest of you did too, but that's what I was told. Thank you.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. I have to say, when I was in that meeting, what I was hearing was, this is what we would like to see. And I never took it that anything was carved in stone. We're dealing with the provincial government. They don't carve anything in stone unless they're ready to make an announcement. And so nothing was carved in stone. This is the information that they were giving us, but I think Ashley said many times, like, that, you know, this could change or that could change. And so that was my concern with going out to the public with sketchy information. And it just created, I don't know about anybody else, but it created major frustration for me. And like I said, speculation can be harmful and damaging. And I guess I learned that as a teacher, when kids start trying to speculate on what I might do to them if they didn't do this or they didn't do that. And sometimes when they think this is what she might do to us is totally out of whack. And so that's why I find this incredibly frustrating. And so, yeah, I have to say that, you know, when I left, this is what I heard, but I wasn't 100% confident that that was what it was going to be.
Thank you. And Councillor Gerard, just to clarify, not that the land is perfect. There's still work that needs in these properties, just that all the components were there is what they're looking at.
No, I understand, but
Okay.
we've been talking about housing for my time on council, 7 years. I don't necessarily trust, and it's not that I don't trust the province, but I don't trust the province when, you know, when they keep kicking this can down the road going, we're gonna fix housing. They're part of the problem right now in the working poor that can't afford apartments, not the others that would be unhoused, you know, because of circumstance. So I don't, color me reactionary, but I sort of wanna know exactly what they're thinking.
And we never
moving
will.
forward.
No.
Yeah.
All right, then. We have a motion on the floor. If there's no further discussion, are you ready for the question? Yep. I always do. Is that council send a letter to the province Department of Community Services requesting details on the planned temporary shelter project. So we've got a list of questions. Ms. West will draft something up and we'll circulate it for review based on the questions that we had. All right. Questions on the floor. Councillor Zabian, I see your
I'll let Deputy Mayor Savage go.
no, questions on the floor. I called the question. Questions on the floor. You've spoken twice, and now is time to vote.
That's not what the motion.
That's not what the motion said?
Remember, Deputy Mayor Savage wanted to put a note in there.
And you remember the solicitor stood up, and we never had the motion to amend this motion.
No, but
There-
Deputy Mayor Savage after said she'd like to put a hint in there that we were.
And we said we would do that with the draft letter.
Can we put it in the motion though?
Oh,
so
what?
that- yeah.
I don't want to speak out of turn here, so I'm waiting.
In the
Go
draft
ahead
letter.
with your comment.
Okay, we are either taking this motion off the floor now, if you wish to amend it. Is that your wish?
No, I'll leave it as is.
Can I amend it then?
No.
Since it's my,
No, you can't. The solicitor stood up when Deputy Mayor asked for something, and I asked if,
Input, it was in, I specifically used the word, input, to have some input, knowing that we could ask questions but that that potentially could be some input from us as a council.
understood,
Yeah.
understood. And the solicitor was clear that that could go in the letter as another ask in the letter. It doesn't need
The
to be.
same letter.
In the same letter.
Okay.
And that's what I asked you, did that meet the requirements? Because we didn't proceed with amending the motion.
Okay, yes, obviously I misunderstood that, so if it's going in the letter, I'm fine with that.
Okay. So we still have a motion on the floor. Voting is now closed. All right, CAO, if we could have a letter drafted that, as Ms. West explained, that she has an accounting of all of the questions that were asked. So if we provide that letter with an addendum of the questions and with a request in the letter for the opportunity to be included in discussions and input going forward. All right. That covers off our new business. We are now going to open the floor for public comments. I will remind the public that you have 3 minutes. If you are speaking with regards to the pallet shelter units, you need to realize that the information that we have is limited, that we have only been provided with so much information as per the document that we have circulated, and there will be no feedback provided. And allow me to open up, and please state your name and your address. And once you've done that, I'll start the clock, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi.
Oh, you can move that. You can move that desk up.
I'll show you.
It's like only the coolest desk in the world.
never been that high before, right?
It's locked. Wait.
How's that possible?
See why I was lifting it?
Yeah. Can it go down?
I think we can hear you.
Can it go down?
I can lift it up. Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes.
Good? Okay. My name's Bruce Beaton, and I live at 35 Klondike Street.
Thank you.
And I really want to thank you for all your questions, counselors. I thought those were great questions. We have a lot of the same questions. And the second thing I wanted to comment on, Mayor Snow, was I really like your poppy. Yeah, I really do. And
Okay.
I love what that poppy stands for. And I love that you were in the services, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, for decades, a couple of decades.
Yes.
You worked hard, and you care, And one of my favorite statues in Kentville is on River Street, where they have the statue in front of the Legion for people that died for really important values. What they died for really was words and ideas words and ideas like democracy, like due process, like justice. These words are powerful. Democracy is a powerful, powerful word. The right to vote. Laws are important. They're all so important that these people felt they were worth dying for. Imagine that. Kids, 20 years old, 25, 30 years old, fathers, mothers. You know those feelings. You know what that's like. You know what Remembrance Day is about. You know what the poppy represents. And I'm a little concerned when two councillors, Kathy Maxwell, I don't know you, but I like you. You're like a dog and a bone. And so are you, Zabian. So are you. And although I will say, Jim, you got to mend those fences. The reason Jim barked back at you was because he has so much integrity. It's like poking a tough guy. He's going to punch you in the face. I know that from football, right? But the thing is, those words, right, they mean something. And when these guys fight like heck and you trample over bylaws, which are laws that defend the transparency of this government, then you're disrespecting people that fought for those words. A bylaw is a law. And so you should just be transparent with how money was spent. You're the mayor.
3 minutes.
The citizens want to know. One last thing. Please respect those words with the Palette community. Please respect due process. Councillors, don't be sheep. You have a right to know. You were voted in. It's your town.
Thank
Do
you.
your job. Ask questions. And when she says you can't ask those questions, demand to ask those questions. And please, everyone, buy a copy. Buy a copy. Here, 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 here! Well said. Well said.
Hello, I'm Kathy Boutlier at 20 Chestnut Place. Everything you said about the homeless community and the vulnerable is true. I am a teacher, my son worked for the town, I am well versed in all of that. It is all true. My concern, aside from all of these needs, is how council has been left in the dark. That's my concern. And I have to say, CEO Bedingfield, I do believe you know a lot. I do believe you know a lot. I do know that there have been significant conversations between town staff and the province, and that Russ Sanche has also been a part of that from the portal. I find it interesting that on the town website, the document outlining this information is dated October 11th. None of you knew any details aside from maybe there was going to be some sort of plan sometime until the 18th of October. So I've gone through that document and have a few things to question or say. So one being, the province of Nova Scotia has identified Kentville as a strong candidate to support the increasing homeless population of the region. What you need to know is region doesn't mean community of Kentville. It means large area. Russ Sanche tells us that there are 20 people in Annapolis County who will be coming once things are set up. This, as we know, is a plan for 3 years with the government funding it. If we already know of 20 people coming before it's established, how many are going to come in 3 years? I've also learned, my neighbors and I, we've done a lot of research in this last week. Because, not just because of where we live, this is not for us and not in our backyard. This is because we love our town. I bought my house, my husband and I, where we do, specifically so we could be close to town because we love our downtown. I've learned that Open Arms is having a very hard time staffing. They don't have enough staff. So if we have a pallet village coming that is supposed to be operated by them 24/7, that's not one person. That's got to be at least 3 people. Has to be at least 3. They cannot staff their operation as it is. So that's a really, really, really big concern, I feel. On the document, it says the town of Kentville was identified as a strong candidate to partner on the provincially led project. Now, to me, the word partner means council. It means town. It does not mean staff. We are aware that a large amount of research has gone into the homeless situation in the region by Alicia Christie of Wolfville, though we do find it to be completely unthorough because it has not consulted citizens, it has not consulted businesses, it has consulted statistics. And when you are talking about putting some sort of development in a town that impacts the vitality of the town, the future of the town, the life of the town, how well the people in need will be served, because at the end of the day, as much as something's needed, it's not thought out. It can't possibly be thought out.
3 minutes.
Thank you. Also in the document, inspired by the leadership from local nonprofits, the town of Kentville has been identified as a leader in the community in response to homelessness. Great. But it says at a high state of readiness to receive units. We've got a council tonight and a CAO who says we really have no information. We have so many questions to ask. We really need to have some input, province. Province doesn't understand how municipal government works. Yet somebody put in print on the town website that Kentville's in this heavy state of readiness to receive. Well, doesn't that just boost our confidence in what this project looks like? Staff are working with the province to identify the best location option in Kentville for implementation. That was also as a quote. We were rather surprised in my neighborhood to learn that this was a
4
done deal.
minutes, please wrap it up.
Okay.
Yeah, let her finish or we're gonna go one by one.
somebody else.
I'm gonna read the same thing.
else, we're gonna keep reading.
Okay, well, here's the last thing I'll say. We learned today that the site behind the law courts was recommended by the town staff and the Department of Children's Services. It is not this province that's come in and asked for this little piece of town to put a pallet village on. It was recommended by people here. That requires an answer and an explanation. And I can tell you something else, another bit of research we did. The province also has 2 pieces of land adjacent to the hospital on Exhibition Street. Town land, not county. Bus route, hospital, everything else. And the statistics you're talking about, that's American research that has a whole slew of social programs behind it supporting those pallet villages, none of which is in place. You can't answer a single question about when it's going to start, let alone what's going to hold it up.
Well done.
Visitors outside after.
Transparency, we need transparency.
My name is Pat Norton. I live on Charles Street in Kentville. I appreciate the comments of the citizens here, and I want to say I appreciate very much also the comments of council. I specifically want to thank, and I'm not going to mention names, but I want to thank very much that we were thanked for being here, because I feel that speaks exactly to the relationship that is appropriate and that we would want. So thank you very much for that. I like the comment that it's important to have difficult conversations. It most certainly is important to have difficult conversations, because if you cannot have difficult conversations, then ultimately the decisions are made by whoever is the most powerful or the most forceful. And if you line up in this particular case, a provincial government, a municipal government, and people who live in a town, we know who's most powerful. So yes, it's very important to have difficult decisions. In the absence, or difficult discussions, in the absence of difficult discussions, we do not get good decisions. I'm very glad that it was clarified on council here that asking questions is not a lack of compassion. In fact, asking questions is compassion. Responses that are hoped to be compassionate but are hasty and not properly thought out most likely will not be the most compassionate response. And I do have to say, you know, this whole business about, you know, well, it's an emergency and we've got to rush, winter's coming. right there, we know this is an example of bad planning. There is nobody in our provincial government or anywhere else that doesn't understand that winter is coming. This is not a surprise. Why is this being forced on us now? I'm a mother. I know that my children would wait till the last minute to bring up, oh, can I go here or there? My friend's waiting at the door in his mother's car. You know, that's manipulative, because that doesn't give me time to have a process. And departure from process is a serious, serious problem. It came up in an earlier discussion here tonight. Process is what protects us. Process is what protects us. In the absence of process and due process, what you get is you get strong-armed, because there are always, it's just the way life is. There are always more powerful parties and less powerful parties. And process is put in place, and it's important because it's an equalizer. Everybody is subjected to the same process. So we have to be mindful of process. And what our tendency is to get lost in details. It's a human quality. So, you know, we hear, well, this could change, that could change, maybe it'll be this, maybe it'll that, and we get all bogged down in details.
3 minutes.
Almost done. Let's see here. You know, we're not alone in this. Here's Halifax. This was a recent, and this is a CBC article. Mike Savage and council in Halifax are facing exactly the same thing. I'll just read this sentence. Sweeping powers are to be given to a single cabinet member, John Glore, as it turns out, to make development decisions for the municipality. Process is being completely destroyed. And if process is destroyed on this matter, on what other matters is process going to be destroyed? The larger question here is the question of process and the question of voice. That's what we need to be focused on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Beaton. I live at 35 Klondike Street here in Kentville. Mayor Snow, I'm hoping that you can tell me why this topic was taken off the agenda twice. Or the CAO, whoever would have the answer to that, whoever would have taken it off the agenda twice. Why was it taken off?
The agenda comes to council and the decisions are made at council what's going to be on the agenda.
Okay, no, I wrote in and asked if I could speak, and I was told, no, it's not on the agenda, it's not on the agenda. In my correspondence, I'm told, oh, guess what? It's back on the agenda. Kathy, yes, you can have time at the end of the meeting. Then I find out, no, the next day, oh, it's been taken off by the CAO. So we're curious, because clearly, it's a very important topic. It took up almost as much time as Councillor Zabian topic tonight. So, I can't understand why the CAO, who's supposed to have our town interest.
We have someone at the mic,
Can
please.
take that off.
I'm
twice.
fine with Kathy asking.
Like, seriously, Sandra, come on.
The agenda comes to council. That's when the agenda is determined.
No, that's not the answer to my question. The question is, why was it taken off twice? You know the importance of this. The CAO, this is her passion project. Why doesn't she want to talk about this?
Please sit down, Kathy. You've already had your opportunity to
Transparent.
speak.
That's exactly.
So can the CAO answer the question? Why was it taken off twice?
I don't know that it was taken off twice, because it was put on there once, and then when we had a discussion around whether or not it's appropriate to have the conversation at a council meeting, of which you receive information from CAC, as was explained to council, it was more appropriate to be able to take this and have a real conversation at the CAC meeting. So that was what the offer was. However, the process was also laid out, as what Mayor Snow just said. Council has the right at any time to bring a subject forward and put it on the agenda, which is what happened tonight. So we were simply following process And again, the process to put it on the agenda tonight was also followed. So I'm not sure where the twice thing came up, but I will admit that when Councillor Gerard, who was the one to ask me, did put it on, and then, and then we just reviewed it and made the decision. But it was also made really clear that if you want to have it on tonight, then please put it for a vote, and it was. That is the process that's laid out.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I want to add 2 sentences, please. I'm still Pat Norton. I still live in Kentville. My takeaway from tonight is that the councillors, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you, and the citizens here in Kentville share very common concerns. We want information. We want input. We have everything we need, you 6 and us, to work together. We are on the same side. And if for whatever reason we are not able to establish a process whereby the citizens and our representatives whom we've elected and who've spoken very eloquently and similarly, if for whatever reason we are not able to have a process whereby we together work this through to our satisfaction, it won't be because of us. It'll be because of something else, somewhere else, some other level. Something is getting in the way. We are of one mind is my takeaway from tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you all for your presentations this evening. Council has an item concerning personnel which must be conducted in a closed session, and we require motion to go into the closed session for a discussion of the agenda items. We'll not be returning to YouTube for completion of the meeting or adjournment. If we could have a motion to move into the closed session to discuss the agenda. Councillor Gerard, thank you. Councillor Huntley, thank you for the second. It has been moved and seconded. It has been moved and seconded that council move into a closed session. The question is on adoption of the motion to move into a closed session. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. And the time is 9:48.